Good morning, everybody. Thanks for being here bright and early. If you're on the West or East Coast, even, I have an exciting guest returning at last, long requested and much anticipated, the great David Chaim Smith, whose books I personally am such a fan of, whose courses I've taken, and who is described by many as fusing the aspects of the Jewish and Hermetic Kabbalah with spiritual alchemy in his own unique form of esoteric cartography. And so we're going to dive right into that. And please feel free to give any questions that you have at any point. This is a special episode with a special focus on your questions that you might have, because David does a lot of talking and writing, and he also loves answering questions. So here, without further ado, is David Chaim Smith. David, how are you doing, sir?
Hello, Frater RC. Wonderful to be here.
Great to have you. Great to have you back. We have some fun stuff planned. With all the prep we did yesterday for this episode, in some ways, we might say to the audience that there's a mini class even, or multiple mini classes baked into this podcast we have planned. So as much as it's going to be a very casual, how have you been doing the last few years type of thing, and discussion of your books and works, you also have some wonderful slides set up and all of that we will explore to the benefit of everyone.
Well, we have so much that we can do. Let's just follow it and see where it leads.
Well, I was saying yesterday that I thought it would be interesting for people to hear a little bit, at least, about some of your background, not just in Vajrayana, but also in the past 2 years, you and I have both shared a tragedy in common, which is the loss of our sisters. Mm-hmm. And you were telling me something fascinating, because I have this deep love of the beatniks and their poetry and their ethos, and a deep love of this place called Naropa Institute, which you surprised me by saying that your sister actually was was there at the beginning with Ginsberg and helped kick off that whole thing in the early days with the delightful characters that coalesced around it.
Yeah, when I was a little kid, my sister Nancy Stark Smith, who invented a form of motion contemplation, a dance form, an art form involving physical motion called contact improvisations. And she founded it with a guy named Steve Paxton. And when I was a little kid in the early 70s, she went off to Boulder and met Chogyam Trungpa Rinpoche and started a program out there in Colorado, which became a pretty important part of that university. And through her, I was introduced to all manner of good things that really influenced my life, especially music, because she was friends with a lot of jazz musicians, mostly improvisers, who became, tremendously important in my early development. And I ended up meeting quite a few of them, and they were very kind to me. Don Cherry, Colin Walcott, Ralph Towner, Charlie Hayden, quite a few luminaries whose records I ended up deeply loving throughout my life. And through Nancy, I was introduced to Vajrayana. The first time I really became aware of it was when she left.
My signal dropped off there for a second. Sorry. My internet just glitched out. It does that sometimes. I think it's having a fight between the Wi-Fi and the Ethernet. Pardon me. I missed the last few things you said.
Okay. Did we get that first part?
I'm not sure, because again, I just saw the Wi-Fi flicker, and it shouldn't be flickering because
I'm on. Do you want to just start over again?
No, we're good. We're live. Everyone's enjoying what we're saying. Yeah, no, please continue.
Okay, so we're on again?
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah. So through Nancy, my sister, I was introduced to Vajrayana because Chogyam Trungpa Rinpoche was the guy who introduced Vajrayana to the West. It didn't exist here before in any kind of coherent form. So that was my introduction to a system which became massively important to my work later on and throughout my entire life.
Yeah, it was always a place that I wanted to go, maybe study when I was younger or teach when I was older. And Boulder, Colorado seemed like a nice town. And Ginsberg is just such a literary hero of mine that it was fascinating to hear. I also met a friend who went to Harvard Divinity School at an esoteric conference for the academy, and she was teaching or working there. Just described in glowing terms. Anyway, I think it's really special that you have that connection to Naropa through your sister, and obviously we both miss our sisters very much. And I don't know if you have any thoughts on what happens. Well, I know you've shared many thoughts on what happens to the soul after death. But, one thing that surprised me was how much I seemed to be talking with her in my head after she passed. I don't know if you had any experience like that or if you have any thoughts on those sort of experiences, but I'd be curious to know what you think, because it was I was well aware that it could just be me comforting myself, and I was fine with that. But sometimes it seemed very real.
Because I hold a non-theistic view, I just view the levels of the soul as functions of consciousness without any coherent self-existent principle that survives in a tangible sense. So the essence of these functions, the essence of consciousness, from my view, is that which cannot die because it was never born in the first place. And to look into that question of the nature of awareness that manifests as consciousness in all their functions, and the worlds which become the contexts in which those functions operate, that is the basis of everything that I do. And that's what we're going to hopefully talk about a little bit today, about how looking into that question of the essence of reality, which performs as that which knows consciousness and that which becomes known, the objects in the various registers of the worlds. So 5 levels of the soul, 5 worlds, they function in tandem with each other. When the mind fixates on objects in an objective sense and subjective perceptions as a witness observer, we have conventional modes of consciousness. That's what the mind does automatically. What a guy like me is interested in is cutting to the root of that phenomena and asking the question, what is its nature? How can that nature be realized in a Gnostic sense? So everything I do is based on that question. It's the only thing that I'm interested in a very literal way.
Yeah. And, the past few years I've gone to be part of Dr. Litwa's retranslation of the Hermetica. And what's surprised me is how many of the things said there in this new translation, or just said more clearly in this new translation of his, have resonated, related to, pinged off of things you've said in your books, in a clearer way than ever before. And one of what you just said is one of those things. It seems that they had this idea very solidly in the Hermetica as well as many others. I'll mention more as they come along, but it's been interesting to see, because when we talk about Hermetic Kabbalah, it's kind of an amorphous term in some ways. I mean, it certainly is something downstream in many ways of what they would call Christian Kabbalah. The problem is the early Christian Kabbalists, like Reuchlin and Lazzarelli especially, were also Hermetists or Hermeticists. They were bringing back the Hermetica in the Renaissance the same way they were bringing back late Platonism as Neoplatonism in the Renaissance. So that you had the Platonism mixing with the Hermetica, albeit poorly translated in 1500 by Ficino, merging together as this sort of Christianized Kabbalah, right? The
Mhm.
verbo mirifico of the Pentagrammaton, Yod He Shin Vav He, and all of that moved in time over 500 years up to the 20th century and the Golden Dawn and these other groups that then really did a lot of more melding of those things all together with alchemy, magic, correspondences, even pagan practices, all just putting together in what we now call generally and loosely the Western esoteric tradition or
Well, I take it
traditions.
back to a dichotomy between ancient Hermetic sources, as typified by the Greco-Egyptian Corpus Hermeticum, and in particular, what I started out by talking about, interest in the ground of phenomena, stated very clearly in the first chapter of Corpus Hermeticum in the Pimender section, where the nature of consciousness is an expression of the word, but its essence is mind as God the Father, as the Corpus Hermeticum states. From the Copenhagen translation is where I derived that language. And that, to me, is the essence of my interest. So it's very much in line with an ancient Hermetic view from late antiquity. When you fast forward to Pico, and after Pico in the Renaissance, you have the essence of that Hermetic ethos entering into the Christian world. So it becomes Christianized, but there was always kind of a little bit of a conflict between the Christianization of that material and those who wanted to break free and, of course, suffered the penalties of doing so in the Hermetic world. Then, of course, there was the merging even before Pico, but certainly after Pico in a very pronounced way, with what the Jews were doing. And within 200 years of the publication of the Zohar, the Christians had it too, in a Latin version, fairly accurately, or accurately enough to use the structure as a filing cabinet system for this mode of inquiry, and it stuck. Thus, Hermetic Kabbalah became the basic standard for the typology of phenomenological classification and inquiry, and certainly lent itself to magic extremely well, alchemy, astrology, etc., etc., etc. The only thing that it fought and eventually had to resolve was the exoteric Christian religion, and that's another matter altogether.
Yeah, and it's a very interesting issue, actually. And one of the things I've been looking forward to doing is finally going back to the beginning of this the Italian era of Kabbalah and Christian Kabbalah and Renaissance studies with Lazzarelli's work, where he was the first to say, "I'm a Christian and a Kabbalist, or a Christian and a Hermeticist," and then propose these proofs and arguments for in his for what being a Christian can give you that being a Jewish Kabbalist can't give you. And so like they did have, it's like, so it's like you have these magic powers as a Kabbalist, but when you add the shin to the Pentagrammaton, they really did believe that you could do a whole set of new wondrous powers. And I've only been beginning to scratch the surface, because it took me like 15 years to find a copy of this book, the translations of Lazzarelli's early Hermetic thought, are translated by Honograph and out of print, and very hard to find.
I'm doing a project with Wouter Honograph by the end of the summer. Yeah, we're doing a video. Yeah, we've been corresponding on that. Really looking forward to it. So it's a good thing you reminded me, throw that mention of that. So I wouldn't exactly say that what you're describing with the innovations of Christianity was absent from Renaissance and medieval Judaism. I would just say that the aspects of that within that period of Judaism were heretical, and textual evidence of it is almost impossible to find, but I do think it existed. And as a proud heretic myself, because I don't subscribe to any aspect of rabbinic Judaism whatsoever, I'm not a theist, but the strands of heretical prophetic traditions, certainly from the Merkava period, survive to this day in various forms if you know where to look for them. It's definitely there. So
Yeah.
the real question of what you're talking about is found and stated most directly in Christian mysticism with the issue of hypostasis. So the question is, how does one actualize in one's own mystical practice the realization of the God-man, fully human, fully divine? And in that hypostatic union, instead of worshiping the suffering of the Christ on the cross, your own suffering manifests as the Christ consciousness to whatever degree that you can through the inevitable suffering of your own life as a sacrifice and an offering, the same way that animals were placed on the temple fires and consumed by fire, so the smoke rose up and dissolved into the sky in the temple offerings of the Second Temple period and the First Temple period as well. But it's the Second Temple period which becomes the model for what the Christ became when he became the offering.
Yeah.
So the question is that a one-shot, Christ as the offering of his own suffering on the cross, or is that a picture of us in our own practice? That's, of course, the main exoteric versus esoteric divide that we seek to resolve. And it exists in Judaism in the most esoteric and arcane investigation of the Moshiach literature, where instead of Moshiach or the Messiah being a dude who's going to save everybody, kind of like a superhero, who's going to fly in and kick the ass of the Romans. And, now it's, somebody else, but it really doesn't matter. Or is that Moshiach principle also us in our own capacity for awakening and self-liberation? Of course, I take the standpoint of the latter.
Yeah. It's when you mention the altar burnt offering, it's hard not to ask you to share a few thoughts on that as it relates to your ideas around how Klipot are transmuted in your wonderful book, Black Ether. I brought out some of your beautiful books so that people know that I'm a big fan and I absolutely love them and treasure them greatly. I am absolutely a super fan.
Thank you so much.
You are.
Well, Black Ether really uses
this one's still available, people.
Yeah.
Still available.
Well, actually, all three of the ones you just whipped out are definitely still in print.
What a coincidence.
They're the only ones of the Lightning Flash of Olive series that are in print. The other ones are gone. I don't even have copies for sale at all of the other ones. I
know. Otherwise, I'd get them off because I want to complete my set. But yeah, these ones are available that I just showed. That's why I grabbed them.
So the Black Ether book most poignantly uses the metaphor of the animal sacrifices for what happens to a human being when they enter into the fire of the work, which is that something is burned up and consumed. And the metaphor has a couple of parts. Something is intentionally offered. It is suffused by the fire, which in the case of a human being's practice is our life force, our own life force. We don't have to seek the fire elsewhere. It's already here by virtue of the living instance of the assertion of our body mind is an expression of that fire. And then, of course, there's the consuming of what is offered, and we'll get to that in a minute. And then there's the smoke that rises up into the ethers and dissolves there. Well, the whole thing is a metaphor for what the mind does with its experiences. And the most problematic part of our human experience is the fact that we suffer, that we're in torment. And we're in torment because we are running away from what causes us pain and running towards what gives us pleasure. And that mad chasing activity is responsible for the unresolvable confusion of being a human being, which will never, ever stop. It'll never settle on anything. We'll never make it okay. We'll never fix it. So it's a futile endeavor of this chasing what we want and what we love and what we hate, basically. Boom, 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 all day long. So if you're going to be doing that anyway, and of course that suffering spontaneously manifests from this activity because it's futile and unresolvable. It's bound to suffer. It's inevitably going to lead to a bad time. So as a human being who's headed for disaster, what are you going to do? Are you going to use the energy of that for your practice? Or are you just going to go back to the default setting and try to make it as bearable as possible until everything that you love is lost? And the house always wins, as they say in Vegas.
The house always wins.
Yeah.
Do you think it's true, as some people claim? Well, someone in our comments says you choose to suffer. Is suffering inevitable, or is it a choice?
I think it's inevitable. I think it's inherent in the human experience, and I don't think it's a choice. I don't believe that there is such a thing as choice. I think free will is an illusion. It's like if you take an animal like a dog and you give it 2 piles of food, it'll choose the one that it likes. And that's a choice, but it's a choice within a limited range of choices. You can't expect the dog to do something that no other dog ever did, right? So yeah, we have choice and free will up to a point, but beyond that, we don't have any choice. So human behavior is under the illusion that it's operating according to free will, but it's not really that free. What is free about it can be realized, but that lies completely outside of the framework of conventional associative activity, because the mind fixates on phenomena, both internal and external, based on this dichotomy between a perceiving subject and some object that it perceives. And because of that dualistic conflict, because of the inherent violence of the dualistic dilemma, freedom of choice is extremely limited. And real freedom is freedom from that dualistic dilemma, which is not about getting what you want at all. It's about a different type of looking for something else entirely, the essence of phenomena, which most people don't care about. This is what a theist would call God. But I'm not a theist. Yeah, neither am I, as we discovered the first time we talked, and you looked over my list of podcast episodes and said you were surprised to see the topics I was covering, like discussing things like ontotheology, negative theology, and other postmodern conceptions of post-theism that reach back to the earlier periods, and people like Meister Eckhart and other controversial theologians who dare to say, well, what if God is not really God, in the constructed sense that we propositional sense that we like to give to the masses. We have a couple. Yeah, we have a couple questions. We really, what we've been talking about has kicked off a few interesting questions in the audience. Someone first off I think this is fun to address. Well, let's go over some questions, then we can jump to the slides and get deeper into the thing. So someone, Lena, everyone, thank you for being here. Like and subscribes. Become a channel member, send a super chat and support the show. We spent all day yesterday preparing for today. It was a lot of fun and a lot of work to reconnect with David. We talked about so many things. And Linos Aster says, studying Kabbalah is not the same thing as applying Kabbalah. You can read about a bike, but not experience what a bike is. Therefore, only through experience by doing can the magus reach states described. You want me to comment on that?
I mean, it seems pretty on point to me. I would agree. I think everyone here would agree.
Yeah, I'll comment on that.
Go ahead.
If you conceptualize about realization, you have a concept of realization. You haven't realized anything. You just have a concept of it. That's the creation of a Klipot, a mental construct that is contained in a thought or feeling. It's a constructed fabrication. It's an equivalent of something that points to something else or speculates about pointing to something else. So the person who said that, I agree with it completely. However, I think it is a necessary thing to do because a couple of things happen when you form associations about this material. What you're doing is building the quality of dot, which is knowledge in Hebrew. Dot means knowledge. And where it sits on the tree as a quasi-sphera, we could talk about this a little bit. But dot, which is basically conceptuality, locks you outside of realization and direct experience entirely. All you're doing is creating the knowledge of these equivalent systems, these associative patterns. So in a sense, it has nothing to do with the realization itself, except it points to it. However, if you don't have that framework, you're not going to know what to do once you do start to practice. So on the one hand, you're building up the resource that allows you to practice. Otherwise, you wouldn't know what you're doing at all. So it's absolutely necessary in a knowledge sense. But at the same time, something really amazing happens. When you're building your dot through these esoteric systems, especially in Kabbalah, the dot becomes inflated and exaggerated to the point that far exceeds a normal dot. It becomes an abnormal form of conceptuality. And as a result of building and building and building through study, contemplative study we're talking about here, not ordinary study, not academic scholarship, not what they do in a university. I'm talking about contemplating in a deep manner, is that your dot becomes so inflated that you develop this hyperfluidity of thought and feeling constructs. Hod and Netzach become exaggerated and start to serve as the wheels of the chariot, which was their original function in mystical practices. Hod and Netzach are incredibly important. That's the wheels of the Merkava, right? So Hod and Netzach, thinking and feeling, can get you into a lot of trouble because you run the risk of making the mistake of thinking that what you know intellectually is the same as realization. Error, not good. But at the same time, that gives you the tools that you need, both in terms of a base of knowledge as a foundation, plus this exaggerated mental fluidity that you could then apply to modes of practice that would be impossible without it. So I'm a huge proponent of the inflated dot. And even at the beginning stages of practice, the inflated ego. Because if something very specific is done with that, it becomes a resource for later work when the witness dies out completely. Because there's a lot of energy there that you can use alchemically. So obviously we're going to take advantage of that energy. And if through all our study, we've built something truly spectacular, well, the next phase of immersion becomes entirely different at that point.
We're lucky because this person had a follow-up point that we'll know how this will be fun to respond to. So they followed it up by saying, thank you again, Linos Aster, for the comment. You need to know the techniques to vibrate the divine names and build the altar correctly. Nothing will happen from reading books. You need to actually do things in Malkut to ascend the tree here. But I would first like to just say, I mean, I think you'll agree with me that it's easy to, these days there's a temptation by people to, historically, I would have always agreed with someone who said, you need to, throw the book into the corner of the room and start doing some ritual or ceremony or meditation or yoga, or go for a walk, a hike even, because you need to get out of the realm of ideas. As you said, these ideas create shells. that can restrict us, and it's good to get out and do stuff. But also, books are pretty wonderful. And I think I feel like we might be have swung a bit too far back in the other direction now, because, think of the literacy rates that are plummeting in schools and in the school children, and adults are not reading books, they say, anymore. And I fear that actually there's this growing tendency that will push back too much the other side and say, oh, anything in a book is necessarily just going to be a waste of time and pure data and completely devoid of experience.
Well,
but
it's obviously not true.
It's obviously not true, of course.
Yeah.
And one thing about your books that people don't realize, of course, is that they are very much based around these maps. These are maps of territories, of spiritual territories, of Kabbalistic and alchemical matrices that relate to our experience of the world in terms of phenomenology, as more so than metaphysics, correct? You're not trying to say this is how things are. You're trying to say this is how we experience them.
Well,
and just by the fact that your books do that alone, turns your books into what I would call very talismanic objects, because they provide portals as well as guidance for looking at these images or portals or maps of the terrain of experience.
Well, I'm an explorer. Okay, I'm like the guys who set off from Britain to make maps of Antarctica in the 19th century. They had no other maps. They didn't know where they were going. They eventually died, but they did it gladly because that was their job. They're exploring the unknown. So I'm exploring territory. I'm not offering a path or trying to create a system for other people per se, although they can adapt my work in, infinite numbers of ways. I'm just essentially publishing my data of my own work of 35 years now.
And that is, for those who don't know, I mean, that comes across in the fact that each of your books, even though they're in a series, are not necessarily meant to be read sequentially at all. In fact, it probably makes no sense to follow sequentially, when it would probably make more sense to follow them intuitively, I'd guess, or based on what you're going through in life, saying, I'm going through this. Oh, this book relates to that. Let's do that.
And that's the difference between a revealed truth, which purports to present itself as truth in an absolute sense, and what I'm doing, which is relative discovery and exploration, where I'm not purporting to give any kind of revealed truth. No angel tapped me on the shoulder and spoke to me that which is definitively sacred, and I'm transmitting it to you, and I got a direct line. No. I'm just a practitioner, who is not accepting spiritual authority. And through my anti-authoritarian bias, I'm finding out for myself what the meanings of these things can be, and I map it graphically and write about it linguistically. Now, back to the other thing that you said, before I forget. We're talking about thought and feeling. We're talking about mental conceptions and the Klipot that we form in associative networks as we do our work. Getting back to that other thing that we were talking about earlier, those are the sacrifices on the burning altar of the temple. The Klipot are primordially pure, but they present themselves as errors, lies, mistakes, limitations. So how do you realize the inherent sacredness of that which could be untrue? How do you find the primordial residue of the essence of the divine in the mistaken fixations of our own mind? Well, you surrender it and offer it mystically on the temple fire. So everything that we are, including the bad part of ourselves and the suffering part of ourselves, becomes food for the fire. And if you take that standpoint, Hod and Netzach are redeemed, and the Klipot are redeemed. And essentially what we do is break through confusion to raise the sparks of truth out of concealment. And that's the work. That's what we're doing here. If you are adhering to the highest from the outset, which is the primordial purity of the Or Ein Sof, you essentially love the divine through whatever obstructions and obscurations you encounter along the way. And your capacity for surrender and sacrifice and the offering fire becomes the inner life of your practice, and its intensity becomes the strength of your practice. So I'm not anti-conceptual in that sense.
Yeah. One of my channel members, thank you for being channel members, everyone, and supporting the show, says Martin de Pasquale, for Martin de Pasquale, free will is in choosing to listen to the Agathos diamond or the Kako diamond. That, yeah, and Occultology, another channel member, has responded, that's not what free will means. That's interesting, though, right, to look at free will as choosing to listen to your higher self or perhaps your evil persona or lower self.
Well, I don't believe that there is a higher self because I don't believe in a self.
Right. This is the train. Lower. Well, that's the thing, right? I mean, once you get to let's this is something that will be explained in some of the images we're going to show, isn't it? Should we move into those?
Sure. You know, somebody brought up the Agatha diamond, the diamond, the holy guardian angel, the Magid in Kabbalah, the disembodied Magid. This is something that I have really written about fairly extensively in the last book that I did, called Quest for the Eidolon. And
the new book.
Yeah, the book that is at press now. We sent it off to press day before yesterday. So it's not out yet, but it's coming.
I'm very excited to when I read that we'll do a deep dive on it.
Well, I've got a tree diagram in the sequence of images that we're about to talk about where we could address that issue of the daimon
that'd be
and
great.
The guiding force of the daimon. Definitely. So yeah, anytime you're ready to throw those up there.
All right, let's throw them right up there. But right before we do, I gotta say, we just had an amazing event in Austin, Texas. We have another one coming up this November with a lot of great speakers, and we're gonna keep doing them every year. There, we'll have the one next spring. I've invited David to come next spring in 2027 to Austin, and it's gonna be a good time. So let me just, before we get to the slides, give you guys a little bit more information with a quick teaser about that event. The Arcane Research Society returns to bring esoteric scholarship and practice in 2026 with 2 major events held in Austin, Texas. Register for an annual membership and attend online or in person all of our annual events, including June 13th, our spring workshop, and November 6th through 8th, EnokiaCon, our full esotericism conference. The ARS Spring Workshop features 3 workshops led by Jason Louv, Craig Williams, and Frater RC. Spend a whole day in downtown Austin, Texas, enjoying these hands-on deep dives with experts in their fields. Register today for all live events included with ARS annual membership, Spring Workshop, and EnokiaCon, which features too many amazing presenters to name. Sign up today at arcaneresearchsociety.com. Yeah, and our spring workshops went really well in Austin. I'm editing the 4K footage now, and and this November is going to be amazing, and next spring will be even better. And we're calling, because the spring workshops, people kept referring, David, to our spring workshops as EnokiaCon. I'm like, well, that's in November. I have to fix this, because spring workshops as a title clearly is not having the effect on the mind that I need it to have. I need it to create an egregore so people know what it is, but instead they kept conflating it with the EnokiaCon event. So I was like, okay, it just needs its own magic name. And so from now on, our spring workshops will be a full weekend in the spring in Austin, and we're calling it Magicon or Magicon. If you don't, if you're Christian, you can say Magicon. If you're a pagan, you say Magicon. It works both ways. So,
well, I'll be there.
You'll be there. You'll be there.
I look forward to it.
Awesome. Without further ado, let's dive into some of your amazing cartography, and please keep the questions rolling in, people. I will star them as I see them, and we will get to them in segments throughout the time here with you all. And yes, some beautiful comments are being shared indeed. So thank you very much. All right, let's begin.
Yeah, the form of the tree that I use is a little different than the common one. And I wanted to give a little context into where it's from. If you look at the source of the 10 Sefirot, it's the Bible. It's the first 3 chapters of Genesis, but it's described in a very obtuse way in the biblical text as 2 trees that are clearly not the same. The tree of knowledge means dot, and the tree of life. Well, graphically, the way that this is represented in Kabbalah is that there's an interruption in the Sefirot in the tree of dot, which poses an interval between the 3 supernal Sefirot and the lower 7 Sefirot. And that's where people who subscribe to the doctrine of an abyss place the quasi-sphera of dot, which synthesizes and approximates connection to the supernal reality that the ruach, or the thinking and feeling mind of experience, can't directly access. And what it does is it bumps down the middle pillar Sefirot 1 notch, and Malkut is usually depicted dangling out the bottom. That's the tree of dot. That's the tree that most people know. That's the tree that most people use. On the other hand, the other tree, which doesn't contain the quasi-sphera of dot, is doing exactly what the Sefer Yetzirah told it to do. They're 10 and not 9, 10 and not 11. So what do you need the dot for? Well, both are viable, possible expressions of the ground of phenomena, both conceptualizing through your dot and non-conceptual direct experience have a common root, which in the biblical metaphor exists under the ground of Eden. So they're connected under the earth, under the soil of Eden, and become actually one single tree. They appear above the ground superficially as 2 trees, but under the ground of Eden, they're a single tree. The amazing thing about this is the word that is used for the soil of the Garden of Eden is Adamah, which breaks down into 2 words. The name of Adam, Aleph Dalet Mem, with a hey on the end, which is the symbol of the Shekhinah, which is, of course, elaborated upon in so many divine names. So under the superficial veneer of appearances, there is a non-dual essentiality that you could access through a singular root. But superficially, it seems that these things are in contrast with each other, right? So the tree that I generally use aspirationally for diagrams is the tree without dot, which has a different ordering of the Sefirot entirely, because the middle pillar is up 1 notch and Malkut is not dangling out the bottom. And this is a very old idea. And what we're looking at on the screen now is a tree from the 14th century in a manuscript that shows exactly what I'm talking about. It's a tree without the dangling Malkut and without the bifurcation of dot separating the 3 upper Sefirot from the lower 7 Sefirot. This is not a huge departure. It's just that Western occultists very rarely see this tree. It almost never comes up, but it's always been there. You know, it's been around for a very, very long time. So that's from the tree on the left is from a 14th century manuscript, and on the right of the screen is my version of it, one of many trees that I've drawn based on this model. Very often what I do is I depict both trees, the tree with dot and the tree without dot, because of course, like we already said, conceptuality is not our enemy. It's an incredibly important tool, especially when we can contemplate through our concepts and realize or cultivate some degree of transparency to the ground so that the Or Ein Sof shines through the apparent manifestation of infinite variables. We're not throwing them away. We're not burning them up and consuming them. When we offer the Klipot of our erroneous conceptions, they don't necessarily disappear. They become translucent. They become transparent, so they can persist, but they don't pose any kind of a problem anymore. This is where meaning shifts. We're not necessarily involved here in a war between light and darkness and good and evil. This is not Gnostic dualism. This is Gnostic non-duality that we're realizing here. So even the Klipot can be realized as primordially pure if they're transparent and realized as such at the root. And that root is the Sphera of Keter. And I'll show you a tree that places all this in a way that people will be able to understand. So let's look at
one
that.
clarifying question first. So there's a crucial relationship between the transmutation of Klipot so that they can be made transparent and reveal the ground of Kether.
Can you ask that?
Yeah,
as a question?
yeah. It's just interesting that I never thought of the new idea for me is this idea of the is the relationship you inferred, I think, between the transmutation of Klipot and the transparency necessary for gnosis, for experience of the ground.
Well, let's look at what a klipa is first, right? A klipa is the impression that we have of containment, and it does a very specific job. It takes the containment of a thought or a feeling, an idea about things in places at times that have coherent ideational associations attached to them. So ideas, places, things, times, and matter itself, substance itself. When we conceptualize about any of these things, we form a mental image or a mental package that allows us to know what it is, that the perceiving mind, the subject, can look at this object of thought and derive some sort of relative meaning from it. You with me so far?
Yes.
Okay. So every mental package that purports to be a display of containment has an inside, that's whatever is contained inside the thought, and it's always limited because it designates some sort of relative meaning. It's about something. And then around it is infinite possibility that is uncontainable. So you have the apparent containment and the uncontainable, and if we believe in the truth of that thing, if we reify it, we separate that state of containment from everything that it's not, right? The uncontainable is free and untouched, and we only deal with what has been contained in our mental conception. Okay. So the shell, the actual klipa, is the barrier between the state of containment and the uncontainable. And when we allow that transparency to be cultivated, we change the opacity of that shell from a blockage or an obstruction into something entirely different. And it's in the shell itself where the inner and outer touch each other, and the uncontainable and the state of containment actually touch. It's at that touch point where the sparks that are contained within that klipa can be raised beyond the point of any form of separation, because they're beyond limitation of any kind. So we realize the incomprehensible vast depth of the ground right at that point where the distinction and the designation is made. And a very interesting thing happens. If you can make transparent and dissolve the opacifying function of even one single klipa for a brief instance, you've liberated all klipot. And one spark liberates literally the entire universe and the mind that conceptualizes it. And these sparks are beyond time, beyond space, beyond idea, certainly beyond our capacity for thought and feeling. This is what I refer to as the lightning flash of gnosis, that realizes the inherent state of transparency of all phenomena. The amazing thing is that the klipa construct doesn't go away. Its meaning changes from a state of opaque division to transparent unity, essentially. This is what unity actually is. This is the essential wholeness of the divine, which, if I was a theist, could be interpreted as a sort of a pantheism or panentheism. But since I hold no theistic conception, it's no form of theism at all. So you can't say it's pantheistic at that point. It becomes something utterly and completely different. It becomes an adherence to Or Ein Sof beyond reification. And that's the basis of my view.
What are the sparks contained in the klipa?
They are instances of primordiality that cannot be reduced to a subject or an object.
So they're not the ground, but they're an experience of the ground.
Oh no, they are most definitely the ground.
They are the ground.
But they are the ground positioned in a very unique manner. And that unique manner has to do with our habituation. So it's the way that the ground sparkles through the habit field, which is the conditioning not only of a single mind, but of all minds that retain the collectivity of habits. So since we live in these realms, these habit fields that we share with other beings of different classes, we have to experience the ground through the filter of that habituation. So the ground presents itself as sparks.
Powerful sparks.
Yes, these sparks are not as rarefied as one might think. Right in this moment of hearing my voice, when I tell you that you could relax the mind into the instance prior to the mind's modification of its phenomena, right? If you could relax the mind into the instance of the assertion of something that was never born and can never die, that essential freedom can sparkle through like a lightning flash, boom, in the rare instance. And then you start conceptualizing about it and boom, it's gone. Right?
Then you start trying to capture it in images.
That's
and
right.
And we start this cycle all over again in a way.
You could capture it in images and you will fail, but what you can do is create impressions that accumulate. And what I map out is a mapping of those impressions from an ongoing contemplative practice. But that primordial instance of pure awareness beyond modification is always unique, always new, always fresh. There is no thing there to be realized and no one there to realize it. So there is no soul, there are no worlds. In that instance, there is only Or Ein Sof, which cannot be reified or captured or approximated in any way. It is literally literally, I hate that word, but it is literally the most mind-blowing thing that you can do.
Well, the reification of that experience, it creates opacity, right? And that's why, and then removes you from the thing that experience pointed to. Is that correct?
The minute that you reify about the divine, you're no longer realizing the divine.
Beautiful.
You're forming a concept of it.
One of our fantastic viewers live right now. Like and subscribe, share the show with your friends, people. What a treat to have David Chaim Smith back. Lino says Isaac Ben Solomon Luria, commonly known as Arizal, the Arizal, explained Da'at very well in Lurianic Kabbalah. No one should go through a descension into the tree of death, but deny Da'at exists because of it. Does that make sense to you?
I'm not entirely sure what the person is saying, and I'm not a Lurianic Kabbalist.
Yeah,
I take a lot of ideas from Lurianic Kabbalah. I don't want to say point of view, but the overwhelming influence for me are the earlier 13th century schools. And they predate Lurianic Kabbalah by a couple hundred years.
Yeah.
And those have been incredibly important to the development of my work, in particular the Iyun school of Kabbalah. But I do take a lot from Lurianic Kabbalah as well, because the people who taught me were Hasidim, and they were Lurianic Kabbalists.
Yeah.
And that's a whole other story of, how I got around that one, because I'm not only not an Orthodox Jew, I'm not a theist.
Yeah.
But I did wear a black hat and a black suit, and showed respect in their, because you don't learn Kabbalah in the formal institutions of the Jewish world. You learn it around the kitchen table in private. So you get somebody who can actually teach you, and you meet with them one-on-one. That's how I learned.
I was lucky enough, as I might have mentioned, and I'm sure you recall our entire conversation from 4 years ago. Absolutely, clearly, of course. But I had a couple lessons with a Hasidic Kabbalist in Vienna in high school, and he set me straight. That's why I think I didn't get lost in the weeds of a lot of occultists do with Kabbalah. They start with their love of the tree of life, and next thing they know, they're obsessed with the tunnels of Set and Kenneth Grant and Aleister Crowley. Whereas and that stuff's all fun. I just did some wonderful lecturing in Austin on the tunnels of Set and Klipot and St. John of the Cross transmutation through the 7 deadly sins. It was wonderful. But the Hasidic rabbi who taught me, American guy, actually, a German-speaking American who was there lecturing on Reincarnation und Hasidismus in Vienna, and that was a cool lecture. He studies Holocaust memories of modern-day people. Rabbi Yonasan Gershom, shout out, brother. I know you're still alive somewhere in California. If you see this, God bless you. So he pointed me to Pearl Epstein.
Oh, Pearl Epstein.
Yeah. 7.5 Mystics. So I just need to say that name, and you can imagine the list of books he told me to study. So then when I went into my Golden Dawn training, I had this whole parallel curriculum given to me by him, which I studied over the next 5-6 years into my early 20s. I got a bit more of a well-balanced understanding of Kabbalah than I think a lot of hardcore teenage occultists would get who want to.
Well, if you met Pearl Epstein, I mean, she must not be around anymore. She'd be really old.
No, it was just the books. It's just he recommended her books. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, I had many great conversations with her. She was a Kaplan
Very
student.
Cool.
So it's from that Kaplan perspective.
Lino says Da'at does exist. Da'at was the broken sphere which the light escaped. Luckily, Yesod absorbed the weight of the shattering. Tikkun comes from the restoration of Da'at. FR, now the magus must. I don't know that last thing. Does this mean anything to you?
Yes, that's the literal adherence to the mythology that Isaac Luria was teaching. People who believe in the proto timeline of the Arizal and the shattering and the vessels in time believe that. I do not. I think it's a metaphor.
He also says one can easily reach the consciousness of Keter by vibrating the divine name Ehyeh, which is closest you can get to Ensof and the sparks. One should not do it unless you ascended the tree. See, this idea we've talked about before, this idea of linear progression and ascension, and you have to go to this level before you can go to this level, and then one day you might get to experience the mystery of the one, the Aleph, right? But you reject this.
Well,
and my experience sort of has rejected this as well, right?
I don't
well, the idea of
necessarily-
progression. Okay, go ahead.
Well, I don't necessarily reject it. There are two very different paths with two very different results. One is from the side of Dot, which is gradualist, right? Level by level, stage by stage, moment by moment, place by place, thing by thing. That's how the conventional mind operates. So from the standpoint of the tree of Dot, the gradualism is absolutely valid. You can ascend the tree that way. I wouldn't deny it. I wouldn't say that it's wrong. I wouldn't in any way disparage it. But there is also immediate, spontaneous lightning flash of gnosis from the tree of life on the other side, which is not a gradualist process of repairing anything because the ground of reality was never broken. So that's an entirely different point of view. This glass with the water in it, this is Ein Sof. It didn't come from Ein Sof. It wasn't spit out of the vast machinery of the cosmos to manifest through a conveyor belt like device that spits it out at the end. Reality is Ein Sof expressing itself. If you take a gradualist emanationist approach, you believe that Ein Sof constricted itself into steps and stages. And at the end of that process, a world appeared. That is a perfectly valid point of view for those who hold it. Like I said, I don't disparage that, but it's not my view. My view is the sum total of all phenomena is the expression of Ein Sof, and it could be apprehended nakedly in the instance of its assertion if you have the capacity to express that view. If you don't, then steps and stages is what you're stuck with. It's what you're doing anyway. And I apply this view to things and places and times and ideas. And the grand Klipot in which the transparency of all of that can either be made or unmade is at Keter. That's the root where both trees attach onto the ground. And that's the entire path, is the transparency that is sealed at the root of Keter that allows Ein Sof to either manifest as a mirror with no image of its own in which all reflections appear, or you're stuck with the reflections, and then you get better and worse. So I have a radical, non-dualistic, non-emanationist view, but it doesn't disparage or deny the gradualist position. There are two trees, two paths with very different operating systems, and they're connected at the root. A lot of people don't like to hear that.
I do. It sounds good. Well, tell us more about these images now. We'll get back to questions a bit later, guys. I'll star your questions and we'll come back to them next time.
Okay, most people are dividing the 10 Sfirot from the infinite resource of Or Ein Sof, which could be conceived of as beyond it. And like I said, the transparency of Keter either allows the expression of Or Ein Sof as a wholeness, which is absolutely perfect and undiminished, or it opacifies it according to degrees, right? So in the tree that we're looking at here, I'm showing a simplified version of the entire array. At the bottom, and this is a tree without Dot, so the order of the Sfirot is a little bit different than most people are used to. The bottom of the diagram, we're talking about the part on the left here, are the lower 7 Sfirot. Starting at the top, we have Tiferet, and then Chesed and Gevura, and then Yesod in the middle of that circular construct, then Hod and Netzach and Malkut. Right away, you can see that Malkut is incorporated into the Ruach and is not dangling out the bottom. That's a very significant graphic feature because it views Malkut as part of an activity of interpretation and not a byproduct. See, I don't believe that things exist as opposed to speculating about their non-existence. I don't hold these conceptions of existence and non-existence or being and non-being. I'm interested in the ground beyond being and non-being completely. That's the only interest that I hold. So my entire conception of matter is an open-ended question. I don't believe that anything was created. And this is the major distinction between my view and the Lurianic Kabbalists. They believe that there is a creator God that created the worlds. I don't believe that anything was created. I don't believe that a creator created anything. And I don't believe in the creative process in the linear timeline that's mapped out in the mythology. So creator, creation, creativity, it is all a metaphor. And I use it metaphorically to talk about the realization of gnosis as opposed to a history of something true. I think it's a mythology.
Yeah. I mean, absolutely. I think a lot more than I did in the past these days about the influence of Hermetic thought on Kabbalah, right? I was one of these, so I was a long time a rejecter of Hermetic Kabbalah, which is a weird thing for a Golden Dawn adept, I know, to say, right? Because that's supposed to be our thing. But, you know, I started with the study of Jewish Kabbalah and then had the Christian intervention, shall we say, in the Renaissance, which is far more interesting and less problematic, in my opinion, than people assert. I've certainly had my share of Jewish Kabbalists and rabbis tell me so, right? That it wasn't just about usurping Jewish mysticism for Christian purposes. It was about understanding in a humanitarian way how these things could teach us something, even though they're from a different religion, right? Because, you know, that was a big question of the Italian Christian Kabbalists was, why are you interested in this Jewish thought? What's the reason for that? What justification can you give us for studying with these rabbis that were expelled from Spain, right? So the evolution from Christian Kabbalah to Hermetic Kabbalah was something I always found was a little bit flaky, to be honest. But now that I understand through, again, this new translation that I sort of played a small role in by doing the audiobook for it on Audible, get the Hermetica One Audible book, people, audioed by me, by Dr. David Litwa, shout out. It's just shown me that there's actually a lot more harmony. Like what you're describing is similar. The mythology in Hermetic thought is still there, with the God creating the cosmos that then creates other things. The mythology is still there, but when it comes to the spiritual practice of those texts, and we now see the Hermetica as more spirituality than philosophy. When it comes to that spiritual practice, we see it as not trying to provide a propositional philosophical framework, but trying to cause change in the people following it. And those changes occur in what they call the 8th and the 9th, ultimately, right? These final stages of higher initiation after death. And I know that's something that we were talking about in preparation, is your sort of understanding of not life after death so much, but I guess reality beyond Kether, reality. It's hard to even talk about this, right? Because what is God beyond God?
Well, this can be realized right this instance. We don't have to, I mean, if you view yourself as alive, that means that you speculate that your life will end and you will die. And if that defines you, if that defines your consciousness, then you are a self-identified autonomous being. whose life is punctuated by its birth and its death. The distinction that I make is between that consciousness that functions in doing everything that it does in its perceiving and what I call pure awareness. Pure awareness is the Or Ein Sof. It can't die because it was never born. So if you could realize within the fluctuations of consciousness, the pure awareness that is absolutely whole and undiminished in every instance, then the breakthrough of that lightning flash essentially becomes tikkun olam, becomes the repair of the fragmentation of the belief in separateness and the fragments that lack a unifying base, lack a unifying cohesion. So that radical non-dualistic breakthrough, which comes in sparks through one's practice, is the basis of what I call contemplation, mystical contemplation. So what happens, and we'll look back at the diagram here, is that the lower seven sefirot, which have these qualities that make phenomena specific, they could be realized either in a transparent way, where the ground of their nature sparkles through, or in an opaque way that seem separate from each other in this sort of fragmentary dimension of chaos, which is ordinary habituation. So in between the lower seven sefirot and the three supernals, which are much larger in this diagram, you have this interval where dot used to be. That's the place between what is now Tiferet and Keter, where there used to be a separation between the supernal triad and the lower seven sefirot, and that middle pillar dropped a notch. And that's where the real guiding force manifests. This is where I pose what I call the eidolon. An eidolon is a sort of a ghost image. And that's what guides us. It's not a being like the daimon or the holy guardian angel or the Magid. It's not an idea. It's not knowledge that is bestowed upon you. It's not even revelation. It's like a hole in the fabric of reality where a door opens that you could pass through. And it changes not only reality itself, which poses the doorway, but the perception of it. It's where perceiver and the perceived dissolve into their nature. And that, to me, is what the mystical realization is all about. The eidolon is the presentation of that possibility in our lives. All right. When it's conceptualized into a being like a daimon or a holy guardian angel, that reinforces this assumption that we are beings. We're listening to a being. That means that we must be likewise, right? And that shows a certain kind of reification. If you reify God, you reify its messenger, you reify the receiver of the message. So if you're interested in radical non-reification, the dissemination of the guidance of wisdom becomes something that is neither a being nor is it not a being, because presence and absence are not issues here. And this is the resonance of, in Kabbalah, what we call the Reshimu. And it goes back to the deepest, most primordial stages of what is purported to be the creative process in the creation mythology, Kabbalistically, at the time of the primordial Tzimtzum. And we could go into that, which would take us possibly astray. But it is a view of reality beyond presence and absence, beyond yes and no, beyond existence and non-existence. And that's what this hole in the universe is offering to us. That's the promise. That's our birthright, in my opinion. That's the treasure. We're standing on top of the place where the buried treasure is buried. And if we only knew that we could dig down and get it, it's right there. But do we know that? Are we going to dig? Yeah, maybe, maybe not.
What is faith? Is
Well,
faith a reification? Does faith reify?
Well, rather than define faith, let's talk about what faith entails. It entails trust.
Faith, what's the role of faith in all this?
Faith entails trust, right?
Yes.
It's based on what it is that is most precious and sublime. And if there is a means of expression of what is most sublime and precious, you trust it and trust its trajectory, trust its direction. Now, in exoteric circles, generally, faith has to do with trusting something that can't be empirically proven. So you're either trusting a dogma of an unproven set of precepts, or you're taking somebody's word for something that you yourself have not experienced, or you are trusting a revelation of something that you also have to accept without experiencing. Because faith and trust in this instance are both asserting something that your mind cannot approximate. So you are making the leap to adhere to something that is an open question, we could say.
I love it.
So I am not operating from a standpoint of faith or trust, because I'm not a theist and I don't have to accept anybody's dogma. I'm taking a set of symbols, a set of symbolic interpretations which come in the form of mythologies, and I'm investigating them myself. And my own process of contemplative inquiry is being mapped out. Sometimes I get it right, sometimes I get it wrong. I'm not making any kind of claims for myself as a realizer whatsoever.
Oh, here's a great question I'd love to ask you. What is one of the biggest beliefs or ideas you've had in the past that you realized was completely wrong?
That I'm a
as
person.
You've gone. Maybe I should have given stricter parameters, but that's a good answer. That's a good answer.
Yeah.
So what did you become when you realized you weren't a person?
There's not necessarily a resolution of it. It receded back into the question because I can't comprehend the structure of it enough to come up with an answer for you. There'd just be a projection of a fantasy at that point. I know the fantasy of my birth and death was believed in implicitly by me. Now I just don't know. I don't, because I'm not defining myself by what my consciousness is doing. I'm looking at the pure awareness of my own nature, which my sense of it is that's or Ein Sof. And wisdom texts have established this view to be inquired about. And I trust them and have faith in them enough to begin the inquiry and the exploration, but I haven't reached a conclusion about it enough to state it implicitly as, some kind of truth in and of itself. No, I'm inquiring into that question. I drown in that question.
Okay, since we're so deep in that question, we'll bring this comment. Lino says, faith, belief, and theorists are the same, but it's different knowing than by experience. That's why if anyone speaks not from experience, it is as good as belief or faith. And sadly, one cannot share experience. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I agree that the experiential inquiry and investigation is the only way to ascertain the nature of the inquiry. You have to bear it forth through practice in order for you to not just bump it down to an ideology. I think that's what he's saying. And I'm not interested in ideologies other than as symbolic vocabularies that I can use as tools. In other words, I don't believe any of the mythologies are true. They're tools.
Yeah.
And I'm very selective about them.
And that brings us back to your esoteric cartography, which we have on the screen. And we have a bunch more images too, so we should probably keep going.
Yeah, so when you look at the tree that I'm representing here, you have the lower seven spheroid and then the supernal triad much larger. And above that are iterations of the ground that can be allowed to be expressed transparently throughout the spheroid or blocked and obstructed by the opacity that is produced by the mind's habits. At the very top, it says Or Ein Sof. That's the nature of reality. My own lived through experience, should you accept it or reject it, is that that is the nature of all things. Or Ein Sof. It doesn't come to me in a diminished or reduced form. It's not filtered through anything, because instances of that realization can be borne out moment by moment based on the strength of my practice. And the Or Ein Sof is a paradox to the mind, and it's not logical. And that paradox is presented in texts like the Zohar as like, and also in Hermetic material, and certainly in a Greco-Egyptian form based on earlier Egyptian models. That's the scale of truth, where the heart is weighed against the feather. It's the scales of balance. And that balance in relation to Or Ein Sof is a confluence of pure open possibility and a mirror-like capacity to display a set of reflections. If you believe that the reflections are a diminishment of the open nature of the mirror, then you become an emanationist, because then we have degrees of opacity of those reflections. But if you believe, as I do, and trust, and have a certain kind of faith that the open nature of the mirror with no image of its own is inherently expressed as everything that it reflects, then that paradox between the display and the openness are a singularity that can't be grasped because it's open. It's open by its essential nature. So that essential nature is born forth in every variation of every reflection that the mirror reflects. And that's essentially your own awareness. And that leads to a set of conclusions. The first being exactly what is stated in the Corpus Hermeticum, the way I interpret it, that's the mind as such, as God the Father in the theistic language, that the nature of the mind is that pure open possibility with a mirror-like nature. That is your own awareness as Or Ein Sof. When that paradox is realized, the primordial tzimtzum doesn't restrict the layers of creative activity and set them apart from the open expanse of that which surrounds them. Each and every rung of the ladder can carry that transparency throughout an equalization, and that becomes gnosis. If you believe that something was actually separated from something else, then you hold a very, very different view than the one that I'm talking about. So, how does open possibility and that mirror-like nature manifest? Well, the Kabbalistic texts describe a primordial stage of confusion, which is mythologized by something that one of your questioners asserted already, this mythology of the shattering of the vessels, that there was a primordial stage where unity ruptured into an infinite number of pieces, and then they were put back together again. This is the phase of primordial activity that is hinted at by I believe the second verse of the Bible that poses the tohu and bohu, right? Usually translated as chaos and void.
The tohu vevohu.
Yeah. My interpretation of those primordial aspects is very, very radical and very different than the mythology would have.
Give it to us.
Because in my estimation, the tohu is the structureless dynamism of that mirror-like quality to display. And the bohu is still open possibility, but it's the capacity of that openness to present itself as structure. So we have structurelessness and the capacity to present structure, and they are actually one and the same, and they don't contradict each other at all. So the simultaneity produces this paradox, which takes you right into the heart of the Or Ein Sof in everything that I just said. So this stage of primordiality is known Kabbalistically through the realization of a very, very deep engagement with reality that is referred to as the world of points, where the singularity of one spark and its capacity to become complete in and of itself and an absolute wholeness in and of itself contradicts a world that appears as diverse things. So when a world that seems to be made up of an infinite number of points of view and an infinite number of separate objects, both in terms of things and places and times and idea, an infinite number of points, when they are reconciled with the singularity of one point, you have something gets broken, something gets shattered at that point. And that shattering can be realized this moment, not in the primordial past, not in proto-history at the origins of creation, but right now, in this capacity for the mind to immerse itself in what I call profuse scintillation, where the sparks that are raised from the shells that we were just talking about utterly and completely take over the inner sensorium of contemplation and outshine both a world of separate things and the reification of a single thing and remain open. So this is a very high mystical state that usually doesn't manifest for very long, but what it does is it eats through the opacity of the Klipot like acid. And I'm talking about corrosive acid, not LSD here.
Yeah. Yes. Very important distinction. And Keruv is above Eidolon there in Hebrew.
Yes.
Why is Keruv?
Well,
there?
In the Iyun literature, the Eidolon is referred to as the cherub, as the Keruv. And that is precisely where the Holy Guardian Angel or the Agatha Daimon would come into the picture as the guiding force. When that wisdom guidance asserts itself as the Eidolon in texts like the Sefer HaIyun and the Fountain of Wisdom, it's presented in the form of the cherub. So that's so
interesting. Yeah,
that's the guiding force that we're talking about here. Whether you reify it and personify it into the form of like an angelic being or not is a separate question, but it's the same function. Because you can't go any further on your own, right? At that point, the ruach of a human being craps out. You know, you need help.
These vehicles have expiration dates and limits.
Yes, but there is a resource there for you to get help.
There is.
Absolutely. So it's not like you're cast out of the garden for once and for good. You know, there's this invitation, you know, and that's the Keruv, that's the Eidolon. So a very interesting thing happens when you open up the view of reality at the root, that root being Keter, that the functions of Chokhmah and Bina change. They change their character. And when you have a view of Dot, based on the knowledge of your habit patterns. Chokmah and Bina perform in a certain way in the tree. Chokmah performs incrementally by asserting degrees of that structureless dynamism. And Bina performs the Saturnian function of limitation, because it's a capacity to designate structure. You have individual parts of structures that appeal to our capacity to be in a place at a time with individual things, ourselves being one of them. So this is where we get into a discussion about that pivot point that revolves around Bina as a means to transmit what Chokmah is asserting. That either we are doing so, like we said, with steps and stages in a gradualist way, based on that Saturnian function of limitation, or whether it's doing something entirely different. And what it can do that is different is something that happens both in Chokmah and Bina when they're opened up by Keter. And that is they become vehicles for the Tohu and the Bohu. They become a vehicle for transparency. When Chokmah and Bina perform the functions of delivering the Tohu and Bohu to the lower seven Sfirot, we get an entirely different mode of reality. When we don't do that, we assert dot at that place of demarcation, and the middle pillar Sfirot are bumped down one notch, and we get a world of degrees. We get a gradualist world. We get a segmented, fragmented world.
A fellow Canadian, Satori 42, shouts out, says, does lived experience relate to Joseph Leshevsky's subjective synthesis, as in it is objective for you specifically? Joseph Leshevsky's a famous conjurer of demons and spirits in the magical world who's passed. Subjective synthesis, I assume, is defined as, is it objective for you specifically? So there we go. Thanks for the question, 42. What do you think, David?
I think, in my estimation, what happens in the lightning flash is that both subjectivity and objectivity dissolve into disuse. And it's not that they stop presenting experiences, because certainly experiences persist. I can think and feel in different ways, and I could perceive constructs both within me and around me, but I don't believe them anymore. The meaning shifts. So it allows subjective and objective modes of phenomena to pass into transparency, and they outlive their usefulness. I just simply, or I don't want to say the practitioner simply defers to an essentiality that transcends them. So why would we be interested or concerned with subjective and objective designations if they are only approximated equivalencies from the outset? So the whole concern shifts beyond the subject and the object and the realms that they purport to represent.
Yeah. Man, I always have so much. This is why I haven't talked to you in years, because you gave me years worth of things to think about last time, brother. And then I had to dive into your books. But we won't leave it so long this time, will we?
Well, you could say that I'm full of crap, and you could say that this is like fantasy land, like such a thing isn't even possible, like most people would say the idea that your own inherent awareness is the Or Ein Sof is ludicrous. Many religious people would say that. Because from the one standpoint, a religious person would say, you're a created being and a creator God created you. So your mind cannot be Or Ein Sof because it's limited by its nature. That's very similar in a weird way to what the secularists say. The secularists say your mind is the byproduct of a physical brain. And that's all that it is just some electrochemical sparks in a pile of mush. there's a great similarity between both the exoteric religious point of view and the secular materialist point of view, that they both assert the separateness of the autonomy of a being's mind as definitive and pose that it's nothing more. That's a form of dualism that they both accept. What I'm doing is rejecting that as a limitation for my practice. And I'm stating that from the viewpoint of my practice, my own awareness is Or Ein Sof. It's not a byproduct of Or Ein Sof. It wasn't created by Or Ein Sof. It wasn't emanated by Or Ein Sof. It is Or Ein Sof. And that accounts for both my own perception as well as everything I perceive, including you right now. So if people don't accept that, well, then you're in good company, because that's the great majority of humans who would think that that's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not anything new.
No.
I mean, this is very, very ancient.
Yeah, well, like I was saying, so to see so many of these post-medieval Kabbalistic ideas in the last few years echoed in the 3rd century Hermetica has been really informative to me, and just really helped bring the Hermetic thought of the Corpus Hermeticum and, medieval and Renaissance Kabbalistic thought into a connection that wasn't really there for me before, on a technical level, because of, again, I had an entry point of Hasidism, and then I had an entry point of occult Hermetica, and there wasn't too many bridges between those two things when I started my journey in the 90s. But now I see those connections.
Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, it's fine. No, I'm just saying now I see these connections.
I think that the real connection between the Corpus Hermeticum and Kabbalah is not in the Zohar. I think the Zohar creates a distinct system that becomes different than what we're talking about. I think that the real bridge are in the earlier schools. And I think that you see it in the Sefer Yetzirah. I think you see it in the Iyun literature. And
the
to
Fountain of Wisdom, right?
Yes, the Fountain of Wisdom being sort of the crown jewel of the Iyun literature.
Well, that's the thing, right? So I've been reading Fountain of Wisdom, I've been reading Hermetica, and the last few, that's really changed my perspective on my own practice and experience.
Yeah, I don't think that the Zohar is going to do that. I don't think that the Zohar is going to act that way.
Yeah, I won't speak for the Zohar. It's the Zohar's many things. It's a big.
The Zohar is many things, and the Zohar is also many books that are separate from each other. Like, for example, there's a body of literature in the Zohar called the Idrot, the Idra Rabbah, the Idra Zuta, the Sefer Tzniuta. It's like a separate body of literature. The rest of it are rabbinic points. The Fountain of Wisdom is really not part of rabbinic Judaism.
That makes sense.
It's how it relates to much earlier oral traditions, I do not know, and nobody knows. But my suspicion is that there were prophetic schools using this material in the symbolic vocabulary way before it was written down in the 13th century. But I'm not a scholar, so I can't prove that.
Well, yeah, no, you're just this amazing esoteric cartographer. So take us back to where we're going with this.
Okay, so
we have many more to get through.
So the image on the right is one of my drawings, and it's a cavernous kind of underground space that purports to show the connection between both trees at the root under the soil of the Garden of Eden. And you see the root at the top of the image and the seals of both trees on the right and left, the tree with dot on the left, where it says the tree of dot in Hebrew, and the tree with the raised middle pillar on the right, where it says tree of life. So it's one thing to talk about a common root for both of these trees. What this image is purporting to show is something about the connection at the root on a hidden level. Whereas you could say that above the ground of the Garden of Eden is the human dilemma. Under the ground in the Garden of Eden is an entirely different story, right? Where it doesn't really relate to the human habit field at all. You're talking about the singularity of an essence that is literally hidden from the senses in their gross functions. So one would have to transcend the gross level of function in order to ascertain the ability to transmute them. And one device that I use in most of my images that show that ability to transmute the opacity of phenomena to this realization of transparency is the geometry of a quadrisected circle. And that's what's represented at the bottom of the image there, where when you show the cardinal points, the four cardinal directions in the circle of wholeness, you could draw another circle in the axis lines that connect those cardinal points, and you get essentially a circle within a circle. The circle within the circle, or I should say the circle that is contained or bounded within those axis lines. You see what I'm talking about, right? At the bottom of the image. That's the circle of manifestation where the habit field is available. The great circle in which it's contained is the circle of infinity. That's the circle which is transparent by its nature. This is like the idea of the primordial Tzimtzum producing an echo within itself. If we take the echo as real, we're looking at the reflections in the mirror and thinking that they're real objects. It's like the shadows on the wall of the cave in Plato, right? If we understand that the shadows are just shadows or the echoes are just echoes, we have a view of transparency available to us. If we don't have that, we think that the things in places, in times, and ideas are all actual real entities, which includes our own identity, and that they're separate from each other, and we live in a fragmented world. So if you're a materialist, you don't see beyond the interior circle. You don't see beyond the shadows on the wall of the cave. That's the nihilism of the university right there.
Shots fired. Awesome. I love it. I love it so much. Okay. Should we move on to the next one?
Yeah, let's.
Okay.
Because
there's so many exciting ones to hit to, and we're almost 2 hours in.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to get through all the stuff that I suggested, but let's try.
But okay. You have all day free, don't you? What else have you got planned? It's my day off.
Well, every day is a day off for me.
Oh, man.
Okay, so what I mentioned earlier about Bina and the tohu and the bohu, the tohu being structureless dynamism available as life force awareness, right? Boundless capacity for realization of the nature of phenomena. That capacity is hidden within the apparent structures of things. The openness of Or Ein Sof presents itself as structured form. If you take that structuring process, that limiting structuring process, as a mechanism, when you seek to investigate it, you're investigating that Saturnian function of limitation. And one device that I use, which is crucial to that mode of inquiry, is the magic square of Saturn, which I show up at the top here on the right. But the way that I do it is as a means to break through the opacity of Keter, as it's described in the Zohar. This is a rare instance where I use the Zohar very, very deeply in my work, because there's parts of the Zohar that are incredibly meaningful to me. And the Zohar states in the first part, verse 65, part A, Zohar 165a. it states this metaphor that the sparks, I'm paraphrasing here, the sparks from the field of Malkut are raised to the level of Yesod, Hod, and Netzach, and then on a deeper level are raised even further to Tiferet, Chesed, and Gevura, and then raised even further to the level of Chokhmah, Bina, and Dot. And this is the regular tree of Dot. We're moving through the levels here, right? As most people do in a gradualist way. And from the level of Chabad, which is Chokhmah, Bina, and Dot, the inquiry slams into Keter and cracks it open, and its restrictiveness collapses in a way that remedies the primordial shattering of the vessels that put it in that situation to begin with. And what the Zohar tells us is that what is realized when the restrictions of Keter break apart is a vision that is known as the 9 chambers. The 9 chambers that exist in Keter are specifically what is manifested through its shliach or its emissary in the form of Bina, where the Saturnian function structures things according to our ability to perceive them. But the root of that structuring, the root of the Saturnian function of Bina is in Keter. And it's actually made and unmade in Keter. So what the 9 chambers are essentially a remaking of the lower 9 sefirot at the point of Keter. That's why they're 9. And this is exactly what is depicted in the 9 chambers of the magic square of Saturn. This is a very important part of my system, taken directly from the Zohar and commented upon in the 24th chapter of the 4th volume of Likutei Moharan by Rebbe Nachman of Breslov, who gives a lot of great insight into it, which has really been important to me. So what I'm showing here on the right side of the screen is an analysis of the geometry of the 9 chambers that does all kinds of things in relation to a series of related constructs based off of the quadrisected circle, which I just showed you. Too numerous to go through all of these variations today. But one thing that I would like to point out is that the sacred geometry that I use to investigate the 9 chambers in relation to the 4 quadrants in the symbol system that we're both familiar with, this is not something new. What I'm showing on the left side of the screen is an Elan diagram from the late 18th century that uses the exact same geometry that I'm playing with in my work. And this is sort of a mode of Kabbalistic exploration that's been around for quite a long time. Because every single one of my innovations over here from the magic square of Saturn has an analog in that scroll. The funny thing is I found the scroll after I did all this work. And I found it through the help of my friend Yossi Chayes, who wrote the definitive book on Ilanot diagrams. And he and I just jam out on this stuff, you know, where we take one of my constructs and he's like, oh yeah, that's in this Elan in the Jerusalem Museum or in the Israel Museum. And then he sends me the image, which is something that never appeared in a book before his book. Yeah, and lo and behold, there it is, you know, that my predecessors had already found everything that I thought that I innovated. You know, it's like what you thought you just invented. Yeah, it's existed for 300 years.
Yeah, we should shout out Dr. Hayes, right? Are you doing a thing with him coming up soon, aren't you?
Yeah, we've been planning it for a very long time. We've already done quite a few things together, but we're going to do more. There's a lifetime of projects that he and I are going to do. He put me in his book as an example of the kid. Yeah, I'm in that book.
I'm going to grab his book quickly so people can know what we're talking about, because it is groundbreaking. It's fair to say, right?
Yeah, grab it. Maybe I'll talk while your absence is forthcoming. Maybe I'll fill up some time with some insights, or maybe not. Oh no, there
wasn't that long. Here we go. Get it.
Yeah, go to.
So this is the book. Yeah, and this book is amazing. It's not cheap, unfortunately, but that's because it's got all the images you could ever want on the Tree of Life.
Yeah, go to page 350, 360, something like that. So you could see little old me. Because he used me as the contemporary example of this tradition.
Oh, beautiful.
Did you find it?
I did indeed. Let me just get this annoying dust jacket off. There you go. There's the book without the dust jacket. Okay.
Yeah. Hey, there you are.
Look at that.
Yeah. He gave me a spread.
He gave you a spread, brother, and well-deserved, I must say.
Yeah.
Well-deserved. I mean,
actually, if you look in back of me, you can't really see it. The original of that is right behind me in my room.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. It's a large piece.
Yeah, it's...
Actually, you can't see it behind me.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible.
So the interesting thing is that Yossi poses to me that what I think is so radical about my own work is not really radical at all. Yossi's the first one to say that a lot of the things that I'm saying right now in this podcast have been said for hundreds of years. It's not like I'm coming up with something that's never been said before. This has always existed both in a heretical sense and in a mainstream sense, on the outskirts of what is considered to be mainstream, since the Second Temple period. It's by no means an anomaly. It has always existed at the margins of human thought. Which is interesting to me because here I was thinking like I'm such an outcast that nobody listens to me. I'm saying this weird stuff. It's like utterly opposed to the mainstream vision. And Yossi comes along and says, no, you're a link in a chain. You're really not that different from examples that he could show me from late antiquity, certainly through the medieval period, through the Renaissance to 18th and 19th centuries as well.
Incredible. All right.
Do you have any questions or anything from the...
We have a bunch of questions from the audience. I need to actually run to the restroom really quick. So how about we just remind everyone that I'm doing an upcoming conference, and we just did a conference in Austin. We're doing another one in November and then another one next spring. So this is a Dee and Kelly themed conference, a Nokia Con. It's based around Enochian magic, but many other things. And it's got a lot of great people attending. And if you register today, you can also watch the three-hour workshops I did Klipot theurgy. Basically, I took us on a journey with St. John of the Cross through the 7 deadly sins via Kenneth Grant's Tunnels of Set, and wound all those things together in a way that is very helpful for practical magicians who are struggling with life as they know it. And so that's what I did. And Craig Williams took us on a journey of Ayurvedic alchemy and death gnosis. Craig Williams is a friend of yours, David, and a very cool guy. Very cool guy, Craig.
Yeah.
And Jason Louv made us do a bunch of math for the book of Soiga so we could scry some secret discovered angel names. And so here's a bit more information about the upcoming conference. Register today. The 3 equal payments plan is only available till the end of today. So here's a song I wrote about the conference coming up. Enjoy the little ditty and check out everyone who's attending.
Time is running out, and I wanna see the love
tonight, tonight, tonight. All right, there you go.
That's
Did you enjoy the little?
That's you on slide guitar, right?
Unfortunately, my psoriasis was too bad for me to play guitar, but my buddy who owns the studio did some slide work for me. Yeah, I'm also not a slide player, but so
he
yeah,
sounds a
buddy.
little like Ry Cooder.
Oh, really? I'll tell him that. His name is Jesse Waldman. You can get his albums. Jesse Waldman, just like it sounds.
Yeah, I very much enjoyed it.
He's a great musician. I've been working with him since 2005 in his studio in East Vancouver, and we went in to 4.5 hours later that we came out with that recording, and we're going to add some upright bass to it for the next promo video for this November. So that'll be fun to go in next week and do a little upright bass.
And who's the vocal?
That's me. That's me.
Yeah.
Singing. Yeah.
Nice.
Time is running out. I can't sing loud right now. It's too early in the morning. It's bright 10 a.m. here on the. We've been at 2 hours and it's 10 a.m. What is happening? Only for you, David. Get up bright and early. This is happening. Oh, let's get back to the slides. Let's have some fun. Oh, you want to do some questions? There's some good questions. We appreciate everyone asking questions. So we'll just start at the bottom. Thank you very much for enjoying my vocals. My vocal work. Yeah, there's if you're a member of the channel, you can watch the full video as a member video where I do the vocals. So you can watch me do all 7 takes back to back. Well, I did 4 takes, 3 takes, then listened to them, and then did 4 more. The only reason I needed so many takes is because I was actually inventing the melody as we did it. I didn't pre-rehearse and practice the melody. So I nailed it out of the gate, the first phrase, but then the other phrases. So you can watch me in the studio. There's fun things if you become a channel member. It really supports the show. It lets me keep doing these crazy live streams and podcasts that I bring you guys multiple times a week now. So please do some super chatting, become a channel member, give some gifts, some memberships. Here's a question. Keter becomes the new Malkut once you go through the ascension process, but you cannot reach Keter unless you go through Bina and break the black cube. So this is one perspective, I suppose. What's your thoughts on this analysis?
Well, Keter and Malkut are a singularity. The Keter aspect is the root of the display. Malkut is the display vehicle, but you can't even view them as separate from each other because the display is rooted somewhere in some mode of apprehension. So whatever state Malkut assumes, what has allowed it to become that assumption is what Keter is doing. If you change it at its root, the display changes, reality changes. If you change the root of its apprehension, lo and behold, reality as a fluid construct manifests accordingly. As far as you can't reach Keter unless you go through Bina, that was exactly what I was just saying about the magic square of Saturn. That's the exact point that I was trying to make, and we'll make further with the next image I wanted to discuss with you. So I completely agree with that.
I'm muted. Linos, he agrees with you. That's great. Okay, another point from Linos. Aster, as within, so without. Demons are just shadows you haven't resolved reflected in what you think are people in your life. Fix the outside and the inside, and the outside will follow. Any thoughts on that? It's more subjective for you because the demon wants your attention because it needs light awareness of its existence and why you created it. is some
Well,
interesting
this is where
perspectives.
my style of mystical contemplation differs from the work of much of your audience, maybe. It's
Yeah.
that my own work is not concerned with beings, either disembodied beings, angelic beings, spirit intelligences, or human beings, or even myself as a being. I'm interested in the realization of the ground of phenomena. And to me, phenomena either expresses that transparency to one degree or another, or it doesn't. So I am not against working with beings. I am not making any kind of comment about them, either pro or con. It's just not what I do, right? So we all have our job cut out for us. And the ground of phenomena is the stop where I get off the train. So I don't have much to say about beings and their registers, because that's part of the display of the worlds called the Histalshelus, which is a different branch of inquiry than what I do.
Igninatus says, what would be your advice for a neophyte struggling with meditation, technique, postures, overcoming the force that wants you to fail?
My advice would be to love the divine. My advice would be to cultivate a deep concern with what is most precious, to the point where it outshines all lesser concerns.
Well, you wanted a good answer and you got one, brother. Thanks for the question. All right. I'm sure there's more questions, but let's get back to the slides.
Okay, what we got here is exactly what we were just talking about when I mentioned that gradualist approach, which raises sparks out of the field that we live in, that ultimately collide into the restrictions of Keter and break open its basic assumptions to break through to a new display of reality, a new presentation of meaning, which is embodied by the 9 chambers. And we could look at the 9 chambers through what Bina is doing in the Saturnian function, through, like we said, the magic square of Saturn. But what I do with it is I ascribe primordial virtues to each one of these chambers. And that becomes an area of investigation, which is really pretty different than what you are used to with Lurianic Kabbalah, and certainly in exoteric Judaism and Christianity, and Hermeticism for that matter. It's a different type of inquiry. But what I wanted to show with this slide was I wanted to take this array that I use, and on the right you could see the lower 9 spherote below the 9 chambers in a drawing that I did on the right-hand side here. And I wanted to contrast it to an 18th century section of an Ilan scroll with exactly the same configuration. The intention of the Ilan scroll on the left-hand side of the screen is very different than mine. I'm not saying that we're doing the same thing, but the structure of the image is composed in exactly the same way. You got the tree below, but in the case of the Ilan diagram, you have Keter represented, where in mine, Keter is just that giant crescent moon reflecting the 9 chambers. But above it, on the left-hand side, you get 9 seals, which are the 9 chambers exactly in form. And this is something that Yossi and I have discussed to death. I mean, we've gone over so many aspects of this. The thing that is interesting for your audience about this detail of this scroll are the path attributions, because the letters are placed in the connecting paths between the spherote in a way that your audience could probably really relate to, because that's exactly how the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet in the tarot trumps are attributed. However, as opposed to the Kircher system, which is basically straight enumeration. Goes Keter to Chokmah, and then Keter to Bina, and then Keter to Tiferet. It's basically like straight enumeration. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 goes down the list like that. It uses the mothers and the doubles and the simples in the structural order that Kaplan gives in his commentary to Sefer Yetzirah, where the 3 mothers are the horizontals, the verticals are the doubles, and the diagonals are the 12 simples, 3, 7, 12. And that's the one that the Lurianic Kabbalists tend to use the most. However, there are some variations of this that are used in the Jewish world quite a bit in the works of the Ramak, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, who has a rotating system of letter attributions that breaks this idea of a static correspondence. Instead, it's a moving correspondence. And that really has to take other factors into consideration, how it moves through the tree. So my objection to what most Western occultists do is this idea of static correspondences being placed definitively. It always has to be fluid to compare and contrast different applications and different systematic variations that do different jobs. But this one here...
Okay. That's been one of the most helpful things about your work for me, is because I already knew that a completely fixed and static correspondence map was a limited map. But it was your work that really gave me, I felt the free rein to expand and extend the way I think of things on the tree, with the tree, through Kabbalah, and think of my metaphysics in general and experiences with spirits. For example, I stopped one thing that your practices, because I've worked through your 30. Well, I would never say through them, but I've worked with your 32 keys, the deck of cards that comes with your book, and the second edition is a great addition to the first edition. I like both editions, but yeah, you rewrote the second edition, man. You basically made a new book, which is kind of incredible. So yeah.
I rewrote the entire thing.
Yeah, it's like, it's not really a second edition. It's like 2.0. It's 2.0, and there's still benefits to 1.0. I like them both. So that practice helped change the way I interact with what I call spiritual creatures and the entities or static, as you've said, that we experience in reality, or in our experience of reality. And it led to me just taking things more on their own terms and as they present themselves, rather than saying, oh, you're a spirit of this planet, therefore you must be able to do this and behave like this. And instead, I stopped doing that much more. I already was not very strict on that, but I definitely had more containment and restriction in my approach than I do now, post having gone through your 32 keys and other books. And now I really do have approach with a much greater sense of openness, childlike wonder, and curiosity as to what is presented with each experience or spirit, however you want to frame it. And that's really led me further on my way. I think you helped me get over a hump in my own progress. So that's what your work has done for me on a very practical
Well, thank
level.
you for saying that wonderful comment. What brought this on, the discussion of fluidity of correspondences, is definitely typified by path placement of letters. But what most theurgical practitioners could benefit from is the fact that fluidity and capacity to shift the nuances and focus of expression of correspondences. This can also be done with divine names. That divine names, when they're statically placed, produce the same kind of rigidity. And it was never meant to work like that, because the divine names move all over the tree in classic technical Kabbalah. The idea that the divine names relate to certain sphirot is obviously true, but the idea that they're locked in and never move from those correspondences is not true. Because when you do kavanot or Yehudim practices, you're moving the divine names all over the place. And this is what I did for years when I did that type of work.
So, for example, my students who will listen to this will think back to last Saturday, or maybe it was Saturday before that, on the 18th. Yeah, there was a trine of Uranus and Pluto, two planets that most magicians don't work with because they're new outer planets. And how would you work with them? There's no system. Well, Golden Dawn sort of came up with the idea of corresponding them to Da'ad and Chachma and Kether.
I saw that in Case, in Paul Foster Case.
Yeah. Well, why not? But so what I did with my students during that trine of those two planets was I actually surprised them probably by not only sort of starting in Malkut, but starting with the divine name Ehyeh in Malkut.
Yeah.
And I'm sure they were surprised. And guess what? We just took that divine name all the way up. I won't say much more about what we did because it was personal, private, and relating to that exact 6-hour period where there was the trine happening prior to the moon going void, of course, in its waxing. So I hope everyone else enjoyed that magical time of Pluto and Uranus. It's going on for the next little while, and then it won't happen for like 100 years again. But yeah, so that kind of that's a direct like result of encountering your work. Is this increased openness to, I guess it's the ground of phenomena and the understanding that these tools or divine names or experiences are just they can get us there more from different points than some of our systems would rigidly like us to think.
There's a bunch of things you can do with divine names that Western magicians don't generally do. I mean, there are steppings.
It's a simple way of saying it.
There's steppings and fillings, right, where you spell out each letter and get a different numerical value. There's steppings where you take the stages of filling out those names gradually and you draw conclusions from them. And there are also what you call shiluvim, which are composite names, where you take, for example, Yud He Vav He and Adonai, and you intertwine them within one another, either the lower within the upper or the upper within the lower, depending on which is dominant in what you're doing. And through all of these different types of technical permutations, you could create connections between the correspondences that cause change. And I wrote about this quite a bit in my early days because that's how my practice was for a long time at first. This is what technical Kabbalists generally do. So, there's quite a bit to talk about there where divine names are involved, especially when the order of the sphirot changes, like in some of the diagrams we're talking about, whether dot is present or not. That changes everything. So it certainly changes how divine names function. But cool. I'm happy to answer any kind of questions that anybody has, or you could ask me anything you want about my background.
How long does it take to get through to create an image like this? How long is your, forgive the expression, artistic process take from start to finish on one of these?
It's indeterminate because it always changes. There are images that I've worked on for 15 years. There's images that I've done completely in one day, and they look like the same amount of detail. Wow. I have no way of knowing whether what I'm investigating will resolve itself or not, because these are not illustrations where I'm not setting out to illustrate an idea that exists beforehand. That's what an illustration is. An illustration is where the picture depicts the principle. So the principle precedes the picture. What I'm doing is investigating something that can't be accounted for. I don't know what it is. I'm exploring something, and what I find there, I have no idea. I won't know until I'm there. And sometimes I can only go some of the way, And sometimes I can't go very far at all, because what happens to me when I make these pictures is that I project the imaginal impulse into a field where thinking and feeling drop off, and the discursivity of my mind, my ability to orient myself and know where I am and what I'm doing, to one degree or another drops off. And my imaginal impulse and the trajectory of consciousness joins with the ethers. And if it's accepted there, it comes back out with an impression that is not my own invention. It's grace. It's given from beyond my capacity to invent things.
I said,
it's coming from, I don't even want to look into the matter of where this comes from, because it's so mysterious, and I love it and respect it so much that I don't even want to look at it in the face.
that you don't want to create a shell of it.
No, I don't want my conscious mind to get in there and screw it up. So it's just surrender at that point. It's like either it works or it doesn't. And I serve it. It doesn't serve me. It's the boss. I'm not the boss. I am clearly not the boss. I am clearly just the servant of it. It being the process.
Yeah. There's only one boss, and his name's Bruce Springsteen.
And look what he's doing.
I don't know what he's doing.
Not
Is he? I just like playing his songs. I like playing his songs. I have no idea what he's up to these days. I heard he did a play or something like that. So I did like the movie about the Nebraska movie about his recording of the album Nebraska. There's a movie that came out. It was really good with Jeremy Allen White. So that's actually a shout out movie recommendation. There you go. All right. Okay. Is this the next image? Oh yeah, this is cool. I'm going to take the chat off the screen so we can see the image clearly.
I threw this up because you referenced it. This is the image of my 32 keys in the full form. And what I did and explain in the introduction of this book is I took a series of drawings that I did on the wall of my hut in a hermitage where I lived off and on for 30 years, where I drew on the walls a sort of representation of my own practice and the system that I was operating in, all kinds of images on the walls. And basically I edited them by redrawing them onto the cards in my pocket that I always carry around, and simplified them, and did that sort of editorial reduction, and did it again and did it again and did it again, and eventually ended up with 32 images that formed an overview of the great work as I recognized it to be at that time. And what's interesting about it is that the cleaned up, reduced, distilled forms of these diagrams simplified many of my other drawings, which are very elaborate, in the cleanest and most basic way possible. So you could take examples from these 32 images and look at some of my extremely elaborate drawings and be able to reduce it to a single set of axioms where you could sort of decode what's going on in the larger vocabulary. And then when you take the stripped down codes themselves and you line them up in the form that you're looking at now, you could go from one to the other and talk about how the path is presented and evolves. And this is what I write commentary on in the 2 volumes of the book, or the 2 editions of the book, I should say. And what it does is also give an insight into how esoteric cartography works, in the sense of how I do it when I make notations on my cards that are with me basically all day. I mean, esoteric cartography for me is just a nonstop continual process of graphic notation, where it doesn't matter what I'm doing or where I happen to be, I am working on the cards in my pocket. It does not stop. I mean, of course, there's eating, sleeping, and doing other forms of practice, but for the most part, it's a continual, whipping the cards out of my process and making some little adjustment. And that's my life.
Yeah. I spent the first 4 cards from the top left to the going right for people who want to follow, starting with Aleph to Aleph. Like those first 4, honestly, I spend a year on those lessons, on your video lessons and on those things. And yeah, David does have a whole video course on this, folks. I was doing it when it was 1-for-1 video. You could go through them one at a time, but now it's a whole package, and highly recommend it. Go check out his website, davidheimsmith.com.
That's the first video course I ever did.
It's great.
And
it's amazing.
I
love it.
I've really I refined that process of presenting in this way because it was difficult for me to say everything that I wanted to say in those videos. I was trying to say everything I didn't say in the book in the videos. That's what that course was. The whole idea behind that course is I had a ton to say that the book couldn't contain. So that's why I made those videos. And, I've since made quite a few video courses and kind of stopped doing it.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
It's a lot of work. And
well, I shifted my interest from the topic-oriented presentation of a video course to working with a private group on Zoom. So now the whole of what I do that operates like that is just with the same people, where I'm cultivating a relationship with people in this group that stick with me. So I could do obviously much more than with people I never met who are total strangers who I'll never see again. Now I'm just sticking with the same people month to month. And it's really been, quite remarkable to do that. I never wanted to start teaching again because I stopped teaching a long time ago. But I sort of had to. And the way that I teach is diagrammatically based. So every time there's something to teach, there's a diagram there.
Well, that's one of the things I think we love about Kabbalah is that for those of us who benefit from diagrams, especially, it's a very powerful system of contemplation. I mean, for me, these cards spoke to me very profoundly. I have a love of the Hebrew language and alphabet, of course, but I also have a love of geometry and diagrams. Us occultists love our charts and symbols, and and these ones I think are quite profound. What was shocking was the idea behind them, of course. Like, it took me a while to be like, is he really saying this? Is he saying this? And that's where the video course helped. It's like, oh yes, you're definitely saying what I think you're saying here, because you just said it point blank in the video. But I like anyway. So,
well, a lot of the topics that we've already covered today are represented and summarized in these cards. You have the 2 trees of the Garden of Eden and the issue of Dot. You have the 9 chambers. You have the transmutation at the root of Keter. You have the effect or the repercussions of the realization of a transparent Keter upon the other Sphirot. And most importantly, which is really a topic that we could talk about another time, the crystallization of the wisdom of the 9 chambers in the heart, where it's not just a matter of breaking out of the assumptions, the reductive assumptions of the tree, and going somewhere else as if there's somewhere else to go. It's the idea of tasting that Gnostic freedom and drawing it back down into the fabric of reality just as it presents itself. You don't have to change it. The Klipot are primordially pure. And that realization is what crystallizes in the heart. And that becomes, in the terms that I talk about it, the crystallization of the philosopher's stone. And certainly I cover that in the book as well, and it's represented in the lower rung of diagrams here that we're looking at on the screen.
Yeah, in the future, I'd love to come back to these actually maybe a year or so, or a year and a half from now, because I want to go through them again with the second edition, which came out while I was going through it with the first edition. And of course, I grabbed this beautiful leather version you made of the second edition, and I adore it. But I haven't gone through the second edition like I did the first one. I'd love to go through it, make notes, and then bring you my questions on each card and my different thoughts. That would be a fun thing if you'd humor me one day in the future, if you don't mind getting granular with some of these images and my questions.
Right around the time that I rewrote the book and put out the second edition, I entered into this intensive period of making publications, where writing and drawing just utterly took over my life, where I was living in sort of a semi-retreat state in a house with my wife. My wife is responsible for getting the books to print and selling them and all that, and taking care of that as well as taking care of me. And it escalated to this stage of my life, which is interesting to hear about just anecdotally, where I literally could not stop working, where I'd wake up, as I usually do, extremely early, 4 o'clock or so in the morning, and I just worked all day until I passed out. And I did this every single day, to the point where in the year 2024, I wrote 11 books. And I was in a good deal of discomfort, because it's very rough on your body and mind to live like that. It's like plugging a 110 appliance into a 220 line. It's just too much. You can't sustain that. You're going to crash eventually. But what am I here for? So of course, like, bring it on, but then you regret bringing it on. But during that period, which really started with that second edition rewrite, I didn't have other interests of any kind. I didn't do anything else. And it's a certain kind of life. It's not a path that you could talk about where other people are doing it. I have nobody to talk to about this. It's like I'm in it on my own, And that's an interesting facet of what I do, like I said before, as an explorer. Because unlike many systems where you are overseen by others and you can consult others, I didn't have the benefit of a external point of view to help me along. I did at various stages of my development, but not when I started living like that. Once I started living like that, I was not only the explorer sailing off from England and, to go map out Antarctica, I was the only one on the ship. And the ship was going to crash against an iceberg, ultimately. So I had to do it fast. And that was my life. Of course, this comes at a price. And the price is, for me, psychological fragility, which I suffered greatly at that phase. And now sort of have made myself a little more flexible. Now I only write 2 or 3 books a year.
It's pretty incredible. One of those books you put out, you finished the Lightning Flash of Aleph series, which is a beautiful book, a series of books done in these beautiful hardcovers, and you made your new series in smaller hardcovers and paperbacks that are very accessible and available. You can get them in the States from your website and in Canada from Anathema Publishing. And one of those books I'm very curious to ask you about is called Biomorphic Scrying, My
Hmm.
friend got it, but I don't have your new books because I'm still on the lightning flash of Aleph and still hunting down a copy of the Bright Bath. I'll complete my collection one day, but I will be getting all your books from Anathema by the end of the year at the latest. And biomorphic scrying, what is it?
Biomorphic
Why?
scrying is an
Yeah,
account of how I make my pictures. Um, and the
interesting.
pictures that I make, I mean, I do esoteric cartography, like I said, with the notes in my pocket. But there's a branch of it that matures into these fully developed drawings where other elements that are not part of the card notation come into the picture. And these elements are largely in the category that we could call biomorphic elements. Bio meaning life, morph meaning form. So a sort of etheric, malleable, living fluidity that takes shape beyond elemental designation. And what I mean by that is that it could appear liquid, it could appear solid, it could appear gaseous, it could appear as pure pixelated light activity, right? Or any combination of any of these modes of representation. So biomorphism is just the idea that you're liberating form from these constraints and allowing it to do things that it doesn't normally do, except in the inner recesses of the mind or in the ethers when somebody can scry out that activity. So biomorphic scrying is a way to address what happens with my mind when that etheric activity takes over my mind and has its way with me to give me these impressions that could then be imposed or imprinted on physical materials to make a drawing out of. And I referenced this before. It starts with the idea that my contemplative practice has gotten to a point where I can actually move past the discursivity of my mind, the discursive thoughts and feelings of moments. And if the imaginal impulse is projected so deeply that the discursive activity just falls away, that trajectory of imagination joins with the ethers and is either accepted or rejected there. If it's accepted, something happens that my conscious mind can't account for, but impressions arise spontaneously. And they're not representable impressions, meaning I could never make a picture of them. What happens is a form of exchange or translation. And that's where the scrying comes in, because there is definitely vision, but it's not the vision of my conscious mind. It's not exactly like a dream, but it's not separate from a dream either. It's not awake and it's not asleep. It's part of a range of activity which, from the standpoint of my personal mind, is none of my business. And when vision takes up residence there, there's an apprehension, a scrying of all sorts of wild phenomena that could form an imprint that could be transferred to materials on a page. And that point of the exchange where it's fed back into physical reality and ends up on the page, that's the part where I am gone. I am not there. It happens by itself through me, and I can't account for it. The only thing that I can account for is being grateful for it and praising it and throwing myself into it as an offering. Because if it wasn't sacrificial, just no chance that it's going to happen. So it has to be a sacrificial universe that arises. It has to be wholly and completely that way. And it asks some, it makes some demands. One of the demands is you have to give over your entire life to it. You can't be a part-timer. So if you're in this position and you give it everything, you might receive something, but you can't take credit for it. Not really. And if you live this way, once you go in that direction, give everything over to it, and it takes over, and the ethers occasionally accept you, and these images emerge. What happens in these images is very interesting because it's based on the cards in my pocket, which is stuff that I've mapped out, but it's alive in the drawing in a biomorphic register, which comes from the ethers. And that is not something that I've mapped out. That's something that was bestowed upon me as custodian of these ideas to connect to it. And now the biomorphism has come out and taken my work and, in a sense, digested it and given it new life. And that, to me, is a form of scrying, because this is all a visionary process. But it's not my mind that is envisioning anything. I am not a person looking at the obsidian stone and seeing spirits in it. In a sense, my mind goes into it and becomes that register of life, and somehow magically comes back out to make the imprints. Did this make any sense? Because you're asking me about...
this makes perfect sense to me. And if you're wondering if it makes sense to my audience, well, here's the most recent comment. There you go. So people, Cultology says, this is one of, if not the most interesting streams ever.
Wow, thank you.
So yes, it's all credit to Mr. David Chaim Smith here, who I'm very excited to get to know you more. I mean, I feel like I know you fairly well, even though we've only done this once before, but we've chatted online over the years, and I've just absorbed so much of your work, done so many of your video courses, and I'm very excited that we're going to actually get to meet next year in Austin at MagiCon.
Me too.
It's going
absolutely.
to be a treat.
100%.
It's going to be a treat. We're going to have a nice it's going to be quite an eclectic mix, because we're calling it the Art of Magic Conference, which, different to a Nokia Con, which has a more hermetic D and Kelly ceremonial magic kind of focus and vibe, though it's got other things too. At MagicCon next spring in Austin, we will be very much having a strong focus on neo-pagan, pagan, witchcraft, and Wiccan traditions, as well as shamanistic stuff to fuse into that. The focus will be the art of magic. So not just magic, it's about art, and art as magic itself, because that's what the ARS stands for, right? Ars is the Latin word for art, but art referred to both magic and alchemy and all these mystical things back in the day. And science was wrapped up in all of that as well. It was seen as part of the great art of knowing, right? That's what a lot of scientists were in the past, before the post-industrial age. A lot of scientists were people who just wanted to understand nature, read in the book of nature, and you know, the Natur philosophy of Germany is still very present today in the esoteric traditions that compose most of both of our audiences, right? This desire to read the book of nature is sort of a core idea.
Well, let's hope that the ignorant villages with the torches and the pitchforks don't come and disrupt us when we have our conference next spring.
I'm pretty sure Austin is fine with us keeping things weird. That's sort of their motto. And you've been there once in the past, haven't you?
Not since the 70s.
Yeah, wild.
Not since when I was
the
a
triumphal
teenager.
Return.
Yeah, when I was a teenager, I went traveling on the road and caught the last vestige of American regionalism before it got globalized to hell. And I remember back then, Texas was really Texas, and the West was really the West, and the South was really the South. It wasn't just a big strip mall. Now the whole country kind of seems like New Jersey, not to put New Jersey down, but it's not like it was regionally. So back to what I was saying before about biomorphic scrying, one thing that I should mention is that when you live this way, you essentially take yourself out of the culture. And this is something I wanted to talk to you about, because there's this movement within occultism and esotericism called a culture. And to me, that's completely the opposite of what I'm doing. I'm not trying to turn occultism into another branch of the humanities, not trying to turn it into yet another university department. I'm not trying to widen the culture to accept it. The culture will never fully accept it. It is antagonistic to the very idea of a culture, from my point of view, because to live this way is to be truly an outsider, to live outside of the cultural collective. To be the type of explorer that I am puts you at odds with basically everybody. It's just the way that it is. If you're going to devote yourself to live this kind of a life, I think if you're going to get really radical about it, you have to accept this. But even more than that, you have to be wired for it. And from childhood, like, I had basically no choice.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So when outside esoteric weirdos get together, they don't form a new culture, which I do not think that happens. What happens is like a sort of generous sharing of ideas and a bestowing of good faith from body of work to body of work. And that's a beautiful thing. And I'm certainly all for that. So it's a different vision than the acculturated vision.
Well, that's one thing I think, and yes, I agree with what you're saying about occulture. Obviously, it's like mostly used as an ad hoc term to describe just sort of the weirdness, as you said, of us all getting together. It's the stuff that happens when you put us all in a room together. That's sort of the culture. But I obviously, yeah, your approach, the anti-cultural approach of this kind of spirituality, right? It naturally subverts consensus perceptual reality and the constructions we create so that, we have toilets and fridges and grocery stores and things that keep our bodies alive and society relatively functioning as best as we humans can seemingly
there
manage
is an overlap
these days.
There's
a little overlap.
Oh, there certainly is. I'm very pro grocery store and pro toilet.
And pro other things. A fabulous episode. If anyone wants to explore David Chaim Smith on a more radical level, check out Alexander Eth. You know what I'm going to say. And the episode called Ritual Poison on Glitch Bottle with David Chaim Smith. And
I have to explain that one.
You have to explain it, but I had to bring it up, brother. I had to bring it up.
Do you know that there was a time when I
loved that episode. I got wasted during it.
Okay, I got to tell you what happened with that. After I did that, I
started it, paused it, ran to the liquor store, came back and finished it. Or at least I think I finished it. I might have passed out.
So here's what happened. I was very concerned with that episode where we set out to do one of these podcasts while drinking hard liquor heavily. And I was concerned on several levels about not the points that I made, which I felt were good points, but encouraging others, misleading people, making it seem different than I intended it to be. And I actually convinced him to take it down, to take the video down, which he didn't want to do. No, we put it back up. But he was very, very generous, because when I asked him and explained to him what my concerns were, he took it down. And it was down for like a year and a half. And then one day I thought, what am I doing? What do I really think is going to happen with this? Just put it back up. It's funny. And it's interesting. And we said some good stuff. So he immediately said, yeah, and he put it right back up.
Shout out Alexander Eth.
Yeah. So it's back up. But
very cool. I mean, it's not just my it's many people I talk to, other very experienced people, say how glad they are that you guys did that, because it was fun. And you know what? We need a little fun. It's okay to have some fun. I know we're becoming very concerned with, you know, where the world's going and the environment and all the wars and all that. And I feel sometimes like people, especially in our field of study, forget to play a little. You know, the rest of the world's playing so much, some of us feel like we need to like keep the hatches battened down, otherwise the whole ship will sink. But in truth, I mean, this whole life in existence, if you can even call it that, is a playful thing within God anyway. I mean, are we not just all playful aspects of God playing with each other in many ways? And so I like that aspect of play that was there. But I also thought there was really interesting analyses of what I mean, why you titled it Ritual Poison. Why did you call it Ritual Poison?
First of all, I should mention something that I didn't say in that episode that people probably don't know, but I don't drink. I did that. I am not a drinker. You know, I probably haven't had even one drop of alcohol for 4 years. You know, so that was something that I did during a period of using alcohol and intoxication from alcohol as a way to explore the same kind of themes that we were talking about earlier with the Klipot. The idea that intoxication is interesting because the mind wants to attach to it as a sort of a chasing of its own pleasure states and running away from its pain. So that grasping that is inherent to the madness of the human chasing down the states that it likes and running away from the states that it doesn't like, that are involved with this nonstop roller coaster ride of the psyche, intoxication feeds right into the heart of that process. So if you're dedicated to the self-liberation of awareness and the realization of essentiality, to investigate it in the midst of an intoxicated state begs the question of what is Gnostic intoxication, which is something that, living in a tantric hermitage for 30 years, I really investigated purely through practice. So what about physical intoxication? And what are the implications of that? Because if you believe that the Klipot are primordially pure, you should be able to explore that purity in any state, including a state of intoxication. And of course, this leads into another conversation that we could have about psychedelics.
Well, that's what I was going to say. The reason the question of ritual poison and exploring intoxication through alcohol is interesting is partly because it bridges to these other medicines, you could say. Like cannabis has become almost ubiquitous now in North America. I think it's close to ubiquitous. It's not legal everywhere, but almost everywhere. And people use it heavily either to replace medications, like opioids, which is, you know, a common thing now, or they use it to treat different symptoms. But also a lot of people still use it spiritually, to either augment, buttress, or sometimes even replace other practices. It can be used in many good and negative ways. So yeah, the from alcohol to cannabis to psychedelics, there is a through line, which is the artificial modification of consciousness.
Well, I'd like to speak to that a little bit.
Please.
What I do as an esoteric cartographer and a practitioner of contemplation, I could never do my work. I could never do what I do if I regularly used any substance. I have to be completely sober to do what I do. And that's the baseline. That gives me the clarity and the wherewithal to do my work. And I say this from experience because from the age of 11 to 20 something or other, I was a drug addict, full blown.
11 years old.
Yeah.
No, that puts a lot of comedians and musicians to shame, I think, even. How did that happen?
Growing up in New York in the 70s.
Oh, wow.
Where the streets were made of cocaine.
Different time. Oh, I bet they were. I mean, I've heard stories of, we've all heard stories of New York in the 70s, and we have the movies to remind us, well, though those movies are hard to find on the streamers.
To be a kid in that environment was really pretty fucked up, actually, because it's one thing if you're fully grown, but to be a kid in that environment was like, and along for the ride, you were just cast to the wolves, So when I cleaned up in 1990, and I haven't smoked a hit of cannabis or done any drugs since 1990, I've been completely sober for 36 years, with two exceptions. One is a period of time around the time of that video where I experimented with alcohol, and I was never a drinker, never had a problem with alcohol. So that was like a total elaboration where I was sucking down bourbon and scotch, for these, in a way that bordered on other territories. So that's one exception to my sobriety. The other was when I turned 60 years old. And I'll talk about this on your show. I don't really like to talk about it. My wife doesn't like when I talk about it, but I'll tell you.
It's only the hardcore people who hear it because we're 3 hours in now. So feel
good.
You're even slightly protected from the casual viewer. And I won't mention it in the timestamp, so it's a reward for those who watch to the end.
Well, you and I can talk about it as much as we want. So in 2012, I went into a 3-year solitary silent retreat to 2015. And thank you for saying I'm safe here always, Rose Fox Muse. So during my 3-year retreat, where I was silent almost the entire time, there were a few breaks, but basically I didn't talk for 3 years. And my wife moved out of the apartment to allow me to do this so I could be completely alone. And she got an apartment down the street and brought me food every day. And I went way deep and did my work. And a lot of the stuff I ended up doing in the Lightning Flash of Olive books, Psychoetheric Alchemy books, was directly related to what happened to me on 3-year retreat. So in 2015, and I did it in Brooklyn, by the way. I did this retreat in the noisy, crazy loft in Brooklyn. And when I came out of 3-year retreat, I am not ashamed to say I was not all right. I was damaged by it. I had gained a lot, but I was delicate and I couldn't function in the world. So my wife and I moved out of the city and got a house like on the outskirts of town. And basically we dedicated ourselves to making these books for 10 years in this house to come down off of what happened to me on the retreat. And I lived in kind of like a semi-retreat, like I spoke and everything. But I was not okay. But the work consumed me. So it was a very odd thing to be both super competent to be able to do the work, but totally incompetent to live in the world at the same time. And there was definitely something wrong. So when I turned 60 years old, after, what was it, like 8 years of like dedicating myself to doing the work based off of stuff that I gained during 3-year retreat, I had to do something. So one thing that I tried to see if it would help resolve my mental situation was the introduction of extreme levels of psilocybin, dosages which were irresponsible, I think.
I've been there.
Yeah.
That's how I did it too during my period.
Well, I spent that entire year after I turned 60, the entire year, doing large doses of psilocybin frequently. And then I stopped, and I'll never do it again. But that year was my psilocybin year. And this is like a return to the old days, because when I was a teenager, I ate hits of LSD and smoked DMT in such quantities like you wouldn't even believe it.
You were on the bus.
I was on the bus, but I was too young to do anything substantial as a teenage poop butt kid with nothing going. So, you know, it led to nothing except probably, you know, pleasurable experiences and an interesting setup for the rest of my life. So what happened when I turned 60? Okay, I'm 60 years old. I did all this work. So now what's going to happen when I take 9 grams of penis envy mushrooms? Well, what happened was not what I expected at all. What happened?
Interesting.
Yeah, it was truly interesting. What happened was that I found that my practice, my actual contemplative practice, was totally untouched by the psychedelic experience. It was exactly the same, regardless of what phenomena I was dealing with. So on the one hand, I could be sitting in a room completely sober doing my practice, or I could be in the crystalline phantasmagoria of intertwining light beams, making non-dimensional cathedral echoes into infinity. And it's the same practice, exactly the same. It didn't change at all. The phenomena changed. The realization didn't change. Once I understood that, which took a couple of times, I realized the psychedelics don't have relevance to me. So I'm only doing it for psychological reasons to deal with my mental fragility. And let's see how it does with that. Because now that I know that off the top, it doesn't affect my practice at all, it doesn't make it any better, it doesn't make it any worse, it doesn't do anything. Then, okay, we got that off the table. So it's non-practice related at that point. The so-called mystical experience of psychedelics is not very mystical in my estimation. Mysticism is mystical. The psychedelic experience is sort of a poor substitute for what actually happens, in my opinion. I don't want to insult anybody. I don't want to insult any shamans in the rainforest of the Amazon, you know, but for me, that's just how it was. Okay, so how did it do with my psychological problems? Well, not very well, actually. It changed things psychologically, but it didn't exactly cut to the root of what was wrong, because there were things about it that were absolutely terrifying, that are always going to be terrifying. And I realized through heavy doses of psilocybin that the only way that I'm going to overcome my mental fragility is just by dealing with the fear that doesn't care if it's psychedelic or not. Like, what is the root fear? It's the same old story. It's the fear of death. It's fear of going through the death process, which you undergo on high levels of psilocybin. If you look at a psilocin molecule, which is the active component that becomes psilocybin in the brain, it is almost identical to a DMT molecule. Then you take both of those molecules and you put them next to a serotonin molecule. it's almost the same molecule. One tiny little difference on the top. So look at a diagrammatic representation of psilocin, DMT, and serotonin. They have the same structure. Major brain chemical. So what happens when you flood and by the way, at 60 years old, doing regular high doses of psilocybin, you're not a kid anymore. And you could have some cardiac problems as a result of this.
Yeah, they're very rough on the gut and the cardiac system in general.
Well, I ended up having to have heart surgery. So,
oh gosh, yeah.
So, that's another story. But I ended up having heart surgery, probably instigated by what I was doing to myself. But I had to do it.
Glad it worked out.
I had to do it. I felt that I had to.
And was it because of a great epiphany, or just was it the resulting works that came from that period? Why did you have to do it?
I had to do it because I had to face the imminent sword of Damocles of my own death and the death of everything that I love and the death of my wife. And I had to face death, not in a theoretical way, not in a way that you can fantasize that you're beyond it all as a practitioner, as a great and powerful magician or whatever. But the real nuts and bolts of being a 60-year-old guy who's looking down the barrel at you're going to die. And it's for real. And fuck you. You don't have a choice. How about that?
This was also, and your sister also passed around that time, right?
Oh, yeah. But it was so much more than that, because it wasn't my sister's death or even my own death or the death of my wife. It was the death of every being who ever lived. It was the death of worlds and universes. It was the death of atomic structures. It was the supernova of stars. It was the passage of time collapsing through itself into nowhere. It was the fear of all fears that I had to confront. And that was the psychological part that made me so fragile on retreat. That I had to play that out psychologically. And psychedelics are pretty good at that. They didn't do anything for my practice, but they're pretty good at that.
Yeah.
I wonder if your listeners have any questions.
I wonder. I think they've actually, there hasn't been too many questions coming in. I think that's because they're all spellbound like I am.
Maybe they're all sleeping.
Super chat donation, Val. Thank you very much. People are saying, there hasn't been questions during this period. I think, so someone says from earlier, unpacking a material helps to unpack future insights. Someone
sounds like they didn't hear what I just said.
No, that was from a while ago. From a while ago. No, there hasn't, as you've been talking recently, there hasn't been any questions because I think everyone's just too caught up in thinking about what you're saying. Yeah. I do. Sometimes there's just strange comments. So nothing recent. Do you want to jump back into the images a little bit at all?
Yeah, let's see if there's any talk about.
What else is there? A few left that we want to just it's at least nice to show, since we prepped them, we may as well let people see them.
This image that we're looking at here has the 9 chambers in a permutation in the center, where every single one of, well, first of all, what happens is,
and the audience has piped up to say, no, they're not sleeping. They're not
I was
sleeping.
Only kidding. I know you're.
I know you were. They know you're kidding, but they want you to know they appreciate you and that you're taking the time to be here with us today.
It's thank
a class within a podcast. We got a free class,
and I thank you.
Thank you. We all thank, and then let's thank God. Thank God.
So there are some recurring iconographic themes that are mapped out in my drawings that combine several elements. You get the element of geometry, sacred geometry, like we've spoken about. And then you get the element of biomorphism, which we spoke about. But then there's this other element of linguistic play, because there's words throughout these drawings, throughout my diagrams. And the words sometimes comment on what is being mapped out, and label it. But the great majority of it is ecstatic outburst. Like the poetics emerges as sensation sentiments that could sometimes be textural, sometimes be symbolic, can sometimes be a sort of symbol play. And very often when I, for example, have a geometric element like a circle, I will punctuate the circle with a string of words that go around it or through it or outside of it. And this interplay between geometry, biomorphism, and linguistics, that's where I live in these things. And that's where the biomorphic scrying takes place in that context. Because it's the biomorphic element that can't be accounted for. That's the gift of the ethers. The words and the geometry, to a certain extent, I'm allowed in there. But the biomorphism is just like the ethers make itself do that. I don't make it do that. So what we're looking at here is just one of my diagrams from a series of 9. And each one of the 9 panels is divided as a triptych into 3 sections. So it's a 9-fold composite of pieces, each one being a triptych. So the structure of it relates to the sacred geometry of the 9 chambers, just like the center of this particular image is sort of the 9 chambers bursting forth, where each facet becomes a 9-fold crystallization of the Philosopher's Stone. And a great deal of alchemical imagery is stated in these, where there are ladders that denote a kind of step-by-step process and a flooding in of something beyond states of containment, which has to do with effusive states. And all of these images in this particular cycle are in that Black Ether book. And this goes back to something that we were talking about earlier when we were talking about the transmutation of a Klipot, where the contained state and the uncontainable state dissolve the hard, opaque barrier between them and become transparent. The term black ether pertains to what happens to the mind when its rigid opacity is taken out of the picture. The mind goes into free fall. And that's the black ether. There it is. There she be. Ah, yes. There she be. Yeah. I think you turned your mic off.
Oh, no. Okay. Well, at least, anyway, I was talking as I showed this book, and I was just saying they are beautifully made. And
Thank you.
You can see the production is top notch, and you should grab one before they are all sold out forever and go into complete resale value mode, which, as we know, will be obscene. So yeah, grab at least one book, people, from the Lightning Flash of Aleph series. They're available at davidheimsmith.com or in Canada at Anathema Publishing. So yeah, beautiful books.
The production that you speak of is all due to my wife, who was in publications in print. She worked for Time Inc. and Random House for 30 years. You know,
Wow.
she knows book production. She was an art director, and she's responsible for these books.
Well,
you know,
I
without
mean,
her, they wouldn't happen.
She clearly has impeccable taste, and both of your tastes together have produced some of the most beautiful books in all of a culture.
Well, I'm a
See what I
pain
did
in the
there?
ass to work with. I'm a real pain in the ass to work with. So the real thanks to Rachel, even beyond making the books themselves, is putting up with me, because I'm not easy to work with. Let's just put it that way.
But worth it, I'm sure. I'm sure
Well,
she would say so.
The thing is that when you only are interested in one thing, like a single pointed focus perspective, which is probably like some form of autism, I guess, whatever it is that makes me like that, it is very difficult on the people around you, because you're not normal, so it's not very often fun for others, so
I have no idea what you are talking about at all. I I can't imagine. I mean, yeah. Even when I shut down the Golden Dawn Temple I was in and finished grad school and sort of dropped out of my full-time PhD to join a Celtic band and tour for 5 years, instead of finishing my PhD promptly, which would have resulted in probably finishing it instead of waiting too long and the whole department shut down at Exeter. But I dove into music so strong that, again, it was the same thing, and it was the same stress on people's lives that I caused, for sure, by my singular focus on what I felt called to do with my existence. I've definitely experienced at least a fraction of what you're talking about, and I think a lot of us on the spiritual path do. And I'm curious if you have any advice for those of us who feel this singular calling in our lives to what the Emerald Tablet calls the miracle of one thing. We have this desire to know, for gnosis, that pulls us out of the mundane world, and we have to struggle to somehow balance ourselves within it, which is really what the Golden Dawn tradition is about, is finding spiritual balance on the journey. But the journey itself pulls us out of the workaday normal lives that people expect us to have, and that causes conflict and friction sometimes at every turn.
I do have advice. However, I'm not so sure that my advice is relevant to most people, and I think it could be viewed as singularly unhelpful in a certain way. And my advice is the only thing that I know to be true, which is that if you feel the magnetic attraction to a single pointed life of mystical inquiry or esoteric inquiry, my own perspective, for people will disagree with it, I'm sure. And I invite discussion on this topic. But from my perspective, I think you got to opt out. I think you got to opt out of the world and its problems. And I think that you got to get to a point where you're no longer concerned with who the fuck the president is or what's going on, with some situation down the street, or the problems of the world have to become none of your business if you're going to go this way, because it will just kill you. It will kill you. If you are wired like this and you don't opt out, you'll never find a resolution point. There'll always be such a conflict between the mission and the work and the service and the whole of everything else, which wants to only drag you down to service its level. So the only way you're going to serve the work is if you're not serving the world's needs of what it wants you to be in relation to it. Now, I don't have a lot of experience living as a productive member of the workforce, let's say. I only had 2 jobs in my life. And, well, 3, if you want to count being an adjunct in universities and teaching some classes as an adjunct because I taught for universities for a while.
Yeah, let's exclude that from being a real job.
Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so I only had 2 jobs. One job I had was working in a mental institution.
Well, professors aren't real. It's not a real job. Teachers.
Oh, absolutely not. Of course not. And the other job was working in a methadone clinic. So outside of the mental institution and the methadone clinic, I never had a job. The methadone clinic, I worked in the South Bronx in the 80s in a methadone clinic. And I got that job because as an ex-addict, I wanted to observe and think about and in a sense, study addiction by observing it. Like, let me see what it was that I did to myself by looking at other people in that situation. And what I saw was just horrifying. And it got me to the point where I didn't think anybody was really benefiting too terribly much, at least from the clinic that I worked in. And I thought, I want nothing to do with this world. So I quit the methadone clinic. And what I did in the very early 90s to prepare myself for what would be my life's work is I bought every book I could possibly get on anything related to any topic I was interested in. And I brought my pile of books to the Metropolitan Museum of Art at 9 o'clock in the morning when they open. And I waited outside for the doors to be unlocked. And I stayed in the museum the entirety of the day until they closed at 5 p.m. And I did this for about 2 years, where I went every single day to the museum and I looked at the artifacts of human civilization while I read my books and thought, what is this all for anyway? What is the product, the end product of all of this activity over thousands of years? And forcing myself to contend with it from a historical perspective by looking at the artifacts and then reading about it. Like, for example, I would read Budge and then go into the Egyptian section and see a sarcophagus. Instead of thinking about an image of Horus, go look at an image of Horus that was made by a magician. How about that? So it really forced me to contend with, what are you going to do with the rest of your life? How are you going to pursue meaning in a world where meaning is so horribly distorted? And you got to remember, I wasted, years of my life pursuing nothing as a drug addict. So I thought it's now or never. In 1980, what was it, 7, I had 2 heart attacks and almost died from smoking crack, and 1 heroin overdose, which really also almost took me out. So after being sort of the ultimate fuck up and coming out of it, I thought, for what? In service of what am I coming out of this? I mean, either I just pleasurize myself or drop dead. Who cares? What am I doing it for anyway? So I went to the place where I thought the answers were, the museum, and thought about the question. And what I did in the early 90s is I was part of the art world. That by 96, I had gallery representation and I had shows in the art world. Back then was in Soho instead of Chelsea. So I had show in Soho Gallery on Green Street. And the art world was such a wrong turn for me that in 1996, I said, okay, I'm going to do what I was thinking about in the museum. And it's not making art. I'm going to stop everything No more art, no writing, no big shot. I'm just an ordinary asshole who needs to figure this out. So I spent 10 years between 1996 and 2006 being a student and going to the lineages that would eventually teach me and saying, I don't know anything. I'm in your hands. You teach me. And then in 2006, I found I had Fountain of Wisdom for a while, but it started doing something to me. And I started mapping it out. And that's when my period of studentship, the 10 years, ended. And I started making these diagrammatical investigations, all based off of Fountain of Wisdom. Fountain of Wisdom was the only reason I made diagrams, because that's the way that it spoke to me.
Yeah. Yeah, remarkable text. And you had a new translation was done for your publication of it.
Yes. One thing that I did is once I started getting some mileage out of the Fountain, I was introduced to it by Rabbi Alan Brill, who was a teacher of mine. And there was a version of Fountain of Wisdom that was published by Mark Verman in a book of short 13th century texts called the Books of Contemplation. So I called up Dr. Verman and I said, look, this is the basis of my practice. I'm throwing everything into this. Can you talk to me about Fountain of Wisdom? And he thought I was insane. But at the same time, he liked me. So I kind of made friends with him. And he thought, you're still insane, but, it's good that you're doing this, I guess. So eventually we talked, and he told me that he had some misgivings about some of the choices in his translation. So when it came time for me to do commentary and do publications on it, he agreed generously to make a new translation for me that I then published with my commentary.
Yeah.
And that was my hardcover edition. But I did it twice because I'm fond of rewriting my own books. And the second time I did it, I did something really radical. I took the entirety of the Fountain of Wisdom and rewrote the actual text to become what I needed it to be. Because what happened in my crazy mind is that I broke down the barrier between the historical text and my usage of it. And I essentially became the Fountain of Wisdom. So I felt that it was like my body. So I could express it any way that I wanted. And I still feel that to this day. People could say that it's crazy and you're wrong to do it. But I feel that this is not an ordinary text. And some people would say that if you know a text that well, you wear the body of the text. I feel that the text wears me. So it came out as a book that I wrote called Shattered Fields of Reflections. And that's my rewrite. Now, what I did in that book is I rewrote the Fountain of Wisdom text, and I put the entirety of the original as the second part of the book. So if you think that I misjudged the text or somehow didn't do justice to it, look at the original. It's right there. And I used Verman's version that he wrote just for me to do this. So it's like an updated version.
Fantastic. I'm glad it's available because I think the Fountain of Wisdom hardcover that you put out is out of print. I think that's one of the ones that's gone now.
Yeah,
so
that
that's
one's
amazing that you put it out again. I didn't mention it too much earlier because I was worried that I don't want to mention a book a lot that people can't get, but they can still get it as Shattered Fields of Reflection, and it's got a whole new component to it. So that's really awesome. That's really
but it doesn't have the commentary of the
Yeah,
the other
right.
one.
For that, you'll have to go hunt down a copy of the Fountain of Wisdom, and don't ask me for mine. I'm keeping it, but I'm sure
Oh,
someone
you
will
have
sell
it.
you
Good,
there.
good.
I have all your books except for the two that came out before I discovered you, and those are Bright Bath of Brilliance,
Bath of Bright Silence,
Bath of Bright Silence, and Soul. I don't own them, so I don't.
Deep Principles of Kabbalistic Alchemy.
No, I have that. That was the first one I bought.
Wow.
Yes, I love that one. It's the first one I read. The other one, it was done in a different cover style.
Quintessence of Secret Mercury?
No, I got that one. It's early, one of the earliest ones.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, maybe it's not even in the Aleph series. Anyway,
maybe not.
Either way, yeah, there's two that I actually like the fact that there's two of them I don't have. It will create a nice occult book hunt for me over the course of the rest of my life to find those two. I know there's some deluxe versions out there that are available, I think, but it doesn't matter. What's cool is
I'll tell you something about the Bath of Bright Silence. It's the only book that I only did 500 copies of, so it's really hard to get.
Oh, don't tell people that. Now they're going to charge me even more when I find a copy to buy.
It's really, really hard to get. And the other day I had lunch with Angel Miller, and he said, "Would you sign a book for me?" And he whips out Bath of Bright Silence.
I saw that.
This is really rare. So
No.
He didn't know. He thought it was just, one of my books. It's actually by far the hardest one to get.
Oh my God, I'm going to have to go hunt one down right away before people see this and the owners realize how much it's valued.
The Bath of Bright Silence has a sort of a step-by-step analysis of the contemplative process. And many people find that so useful that I actually rewrote it and put it in other books too. So I felt that was something that should be an ongoing discussion of how to explain contemplation step by step in terms of what you actually do with the mind. And it appeared a couple of times. I think there's a version of it in the Aeneatic even, which was the last of the Lightning Flash books. And the last time that I did an expensive offset litho book that destroyed our bank account.
Yeah. Well, thank you for doing that. And thanks to Rachel for helping manifest it.
Oh, without Rachel, it just flat out wouldn't happen because I'm not capable,
Yeah, if you were a one-man operation somehow managing to do all that, I think people would not understand how it's possible. It really is the work of two souls to bring something like your corpus to fruition. And it's actually remarkable that the two of you were able to do it as a pair and not require some big publisher to come in and bankroll the whole thing. Because setting up book prints is not easy and cheap, from what I hear from Gabriel at Anathema. He's giving me some idea of what he spends on some of these things, and it's like, you gotta have. I
have done that. I have done books with publishers. I've got 2 books with Fulgur, and 2 with Inner Traditions, and 1 with a small Scottish publisher, Dot Press. So I did 5 books with others. The Fulgur Press books, I must say, are really beautiful. Robert Ansel really makes a nice book. Really knows his stuff. The Inner Traditions was a nightmare to work with. Plus, you don't make any money. So,
but we thank them for helping sponsor a NokiaCon this November in Austin, Texas. And they're sending $300 worth of their books for us to give away as door prizes to attendees. So are some other publishers. So if you want to send any door prizes, you're welcome to. But yeah, one of the things we're doing for our attendees is giving away door prizes because we're allowed to. We can't give away gift certificates. That would be illegal. And we can't do a raffle, but we can raffle away books as door prize. So I've reached out to all the publishers and we've got a whole ton of
how about tables where people are selling books?
Yes, you can presenters can sell their books at our events as long as the presenters are American.
So as an American, God damn it, I can set up a table and bring books and sell them.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. I mean,
Well,
people
I
would be
think I'm
very
gonna do that.
people aren't happy to go see someone present and then not be able to like get their book and have it signed and stuff. That's what people like that. People want that. I like that. We want, so yeah, I do encourage authors and presenters to bring their books to sell to their fans and sign them.
It's my duty to sell books at your event.
It's your duty.
Yeah.
And I will be displeased if thou dost not complieth. We have some more fun questions. You want a question?
Yes, let's whip out some questions.
Penelope Clotin Vera says, David's Kabbalistic cartography and the Cathara grid both map how reality crystallizes from divine source through geometric and sonic templates.
I don't know what the Cathara
I think they mean
is.
Catholic. Let's say, I think Catholic. Catheric.
I'm not sure what the grid is.
I don't know what that is either. Maybe they mean the glyphs of the trees. The glyphs.
Well, still, I still would.
I don't know. Clarify. Give us a clarifying thing. And she also says we have to be insane to work on this planet. True.
Yeah. Well,
and the other questions from David. David says, it seemed to me that David had integrated Dzogchen, at least philosophically, into his work, but I don't know if that's the case or if I'm conflating the view of Dzogchen with Kabbalah. Fabulous chat. Thank you for saying so.
I'll talk about that.
Thanks to everyone being here. Like and subscribe.
Okay. I was part of a tantric hermitage where I had a residence and lived off and on for 30 years between 1996 and just a couple of years ago. And my work at this place was the work of learning, practicing, and assimilating Vajrayana into what I did, which included at its base the great perfection view of Dzogchen. But this community, in my estimation, was not purely a Vajrayana or a Dzogchen community. It incorporated many other elements and aspects of view into its program of work. So it was sort of a rogue lineage, in my opinion, that was syncretic. And I learned a lot there and owe them a lot for teaching me and allowing me to be there and take as an influence the benefit of what they did. But that's where, in order to do that, I had to practice their practices and learn their teachings. And I did my Nungdro and the rest of it. So that answers that.
We got a clarification from Penelope. Kathara, in some esoteric spiritual studies like Contic science, not heard of that, it refers to a light, sound, spirit chakra system or a 12 tree of life grid map. Okay. So it's
I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, we don't know about that system. So yeah, technical term from a different system, but
Dzogchen
sounds
most definitely. I've been a practitioner of that style of contemplation, because what I talk about when I use the term contemplation is almost identical to what they call in Dzogchen terms the Ati view, the Dzogchen view. So it's very, very close. So the person who said that is right and is very astute for observing it.
Good job, David Sillers. Shall we leave it there for now?
Hey, I have no sense of time. So
yeah, it's been 3 hours and 35 minutes.
Yeah, it could have been 5
minutes.
It
could have been 5 minutes.
I don't know. But
I mean, I could do this all day, but I do have to go to the bathroom again and probably eat some breakfast because, yeah, it was an early morning for me.
I have to go eat pork and hot sauce.
A good Jewish meal.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm jealous. I'm on the lamb and beef diet these days for my psoriasis, and it's doing well. No, people are used to seeing my hands covered in blood, scabs, and band-aids, or as little as that's why I don't do many book reviews, because I can't show my hands usually. But the diet is freaking working. No sugar, no carbs, no vegetables, no
No
fruit,
sugar.
just ruminant, primarily ruminant. Oh yeah, the no sugar thing is crucial for psoriasis.
Sugar is death.
Really sucks because sugar's in everything. But yeah, ruminant meat is the key thing, because it's the multiple stomachs of the ruminant meat animals, lamb and beef, process filters out more of the poison that is put in our food, go from glyphosate to a million other chemicals and processes, and just filters out. So my stomach is only dealing with the minimal amount of substances it has to deal with. And psoriasis is a gut problem. It's not a skin condition, it's a gut condition.
So when we are in Austin, you absolutely cannot have any barbecue sauce with your barbecue.
There is some there's some people make sugar-free, carb-free sauces, but also
Nice.
like with my lamb, like you know, use the drippings and mix. There's fat and oil in the drippings, because I don't eat carbs. My brain functions on fat, right? Which is great that's why I lost 30 pounds last month, and as a bonus. And so I consume a lot of fat so that my brain doesn't die. And so yeah, I don't do barbecue sauce, but I use like sauces from the drippings, and I turn that, like zumi. I make zumi out of the lamb drippings. I boil that down, crush the things in it, and it turns into zumi, which is in between an au jus and a gravy. It's somewhere in between, and it's a Greek thing, and so that works really well. It's got a good fat content.
So you mentioned something earlier that relates to this, because you just talked about how the brain and the structure of your
Thank you for the gift memberships. Thank you, Jacobus. Sorry.
Yes. Yeah. The structure of a neuron is sheathed and supported by fat, and brain is a fatty tissue. And we were talking earlier about cannabis, and one strong recommendation I have for practitioners is that they at least become acutely aware of the fact that THC deposits itself in the fatty tissue of the brain and covers the synapses of neural networks. And over time, it takes a really long time to exit the fat tissue, and it accumulates, it bioaccumulates. So that if you are a regular smoker of cannabis or user of cannabis, it could take months and possibly years to allow the neuron firings to happen organically and not inhibited. So I'm against cannabis use for contemplative practitioners for that reason, because I think that it takes away the clarity that you need for this tool that is our main tool to do the work. So I haven't smoked one hit since 1990, and I used to love it.
People are always surprised I don't smoke weed before rituals. And of course, often my rituals require 3 days of fasting, if not longer. But yeah, no, I didn't get into cannabis till I needed it for medical reasons at age 30. Before that, I tried it, wasn't a fan. Mainly because I noticed it covering what my brain could do on its own. Like I've been meditating since 7 years old as a Maharishi follower, right? And so, you know, my brain, I know what my consciousness can do ever since I was a child. And as soon as in my mid 20s, I tried cannabis at 24, 25 for the first time I tried it. Yeah. I was like, so it's basically like my brain's functioning, but not as well. And I failed to see how the application of that to spiritual work. Obviously, I've done my experiments since then and such, and I do use it as a better painkiller. I use cannabis still instead of opioids if I'm in pain, or instead of Tylenol 3 or codeine, because it's just too rough on my gut. Whereas cannabis is just rough on my lungs, and my lungs are healthier than my. It's brutal. It's brutal, and I have like my hands look good, but my feet are covered in blood every day from psoriasis. Like they hurt constantly. I'm in pain from nonstop from that. And so I do refrain from using it at all during the day, because I can't function. Maybe if I watch a comedy show or want to do a little gaming, I might do some, but yeah, no, I'm a big fan of sober practice. I don't mind psychonauts at all. I love psychonauts. We got some good psychonaut presentations coming up this November at Nokia Con that are going to blow your mind. And I'm not against experimenting with these things in a safe way, But yeah, it's always very sad to me when I encounter, as I have, many people who think that magic and spirituality doesn't even work without psychedelics or drugs. I've met a lot of people, and I think that's an increasing movement of people who think that none of this stuff is real without the substances. And I think that's kind of sad, though I understand their arguments. They're like, oh, it's from nature, and so it's part of God just as much as my brain is, and it's all one, you know. But yeah, it's all one, but I think it's limiting your ability to experience the one to some extent. Again, I don't really have any answers, or you know, I'm just sharing my thoughts. I appreciate your thoughts
during
well.
my psilocybin year, there were entire books that I wrote on psilocybin, and it
contradicts what I was saying.
I hesitate to even say which ones they were.
Maybe you should refrain for now.
Yeah.
Save the reveal for a year.
More than one of them that I wrote that year was completely written on psilocybin and very high doses of psilocybin. Extreme high doses of psilocybin, to me, seem exactly like DMT.
Yep. And I found that with LSD as well.
Well, LSD always struck me as a very different type of compound, and I haven't done it since I was a kid. But one thing that I found was that psilocybin involves your emotions. And to me, LSD does not at all. Psilocybin, to me, is a highly emotional affair, and LSD was kind of devoid of the emotional bias. It was kind of like acid doesn't care about your childhood. You know, it just has its way with you. And when I was a young man experiencing the sort of 1970s LSD renaissance of Picard in his bunker do you know about that guy? He's a major manufacturer of LSD who made window pane and liquid LSD back then.
But I don't know that guy, but I got one of my new favorite books in Austin at a used bookstore.
Ah, yes.
Really great prayers.
Hey, you know, when I was about 14 years old, I got a copy of a book by Timothy Leary called The Politics.
Should say, for those who are listening, I just held up a book called The Psychedelic Prayers of Timothy Leary. I should say that for those who are listening on the audio version of this.
Oh, sorry, yes. Well, he was a big influence on me when I was a teenager. He wrote a book called The Politics of Ecstasy, which was basically a love letter invitation to a 14-year-old kid sitting in his parents' house to take as much acid as possible. And I took him up on it. And it's funny because that book was the dividing line between, are you going to just try this, or is this your new lifestyle? Once I read that book, I thought, why am I holding back? You know, and what I did when I was a teenager was I took it probably 2 or 3 times a week for a couple of years in large doses, like, 4 or 5 hits at a time. And needless to say, I dropped out of school and don't have a high school diploma because of this. I went to LSD University instead. And it was, in terms of baseline, it was sort of the happiest years of my life. I had, that was just the fun times.
So you enjoyed your childhood?
Well, that was my teenage years. My childhood was not enjoyable.
You had fun teenage years.
Yes.
You did it. You did it.
Yes, but I did not have a fun childhood.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, my childhood was pretty radically not fun. So that's another story. I mean, I was put in a special school, and most of the kids in the school were either retarded or autistic or something. You know, they just warehoused you back then.
Why did they do that?
Because I was like a demon in little kid form. And I was just, you know, a bad seed. I was just a bad kid. I was the classic bad kid.
Well, my audience knows what's coming, because I think I know why people didn't know how to handle kids very well like that. And here's the reason why.
The people are retarded.
Okay. I don't want to go on. I don't want to say one word about Osho because you're opening up another 3 hours if I do that.
We'll say just a few words, and then I'll run to the bathroom, and then we'll do a few more words and close up.
I'll put it to you this way. The retarded kids that I was with every day from 1969 to 1976, those are my people. And I consider myself one of them. As
Amen.
a proud retarded citizen, in a way. I mean, that was my childhood. My entire childhood was literally retarded because that's who I was with. That's what I did every day. I was in a room with retarded kids, like severely retarded kids. And, but, you know, so it was like the autistic kids, all levels of learning disability, autism, mental retardation, and then the antisocial kids, which I was in the category of antisocial personality. You know, I just was a horrible kid. Then 1976, they released me out onto the street. It's the mid 70s, New York City. Hey, go do what you want. Now the trouble starts. You want to talk about stories? I could tell you stories about the 70s on the streets of New York that, like, you wouldn't even believe me.
Yeah, well, I look forward to hearing some stories in Austin.
Yeah, stuff that I would never say on a podcast. I would tell you in person. You know, I'll tell you when I see you, but
we'll share war stories.
But once the LSD started, I was no longer a bad kid. Because why would I want to be bad? You know, once the LSD took me somewhere where phenomena was a playground and a pleasure palace, what's bad about that? Why are you angry now? So the anger just sort of melted off of me with the LSD experience.
All right. Well, here's one more meme for you for the road.
Are you high or just incredibly stupid?
There you go.
Thank you for that.
We like the memes.
So let me ask you a question before you go. How many people are sticking it out 3.5 hours?
We've had like 20 people the whole time. Some people come and go, of course, but it's on average a 20 person viewership day. Yeah, sometimes it's early in the morning, so I'm quite surprised we actually have so mmany people watching. Thank you very much, everyone who's popping by or stayed for the whole show. Yeah, the peak time is usually early afternoon, like noon to 2. That's where there's more people online in my audience. But yeah, we did pretty good for bright and early morning here. And of course, my European audience probably loved it, because usually when I stream or do podcasts live, they're in bed or it's very late at night and they're getting ready for bed. So this was a chance for some Europeans to probably watch it live.
So once we kick off, it's on YouTube.
It's on YouTube right now. This whole time we've been on YouTube. So
is this the same David Chaim Smith I saw send a super chat to the
Dissidents podcast?
No, I don't
think so. This doesn't seem like I don't think David Chaim Smith knows what a super chat is, folks.
No, I don't. I don't know what a super chat is.
Yeah, thanks for your time.
What is a super chat?
It's when someone says one of these comments but pays money to highlight it.
So
Send a
somebody's
super
using
chat
my
to
name?
show. No. It's just like, here's a super chat without a comment. So you can attach a comment. This person kindly donated $10 to my show, and YouTube takes 30% of that, and the rest goes to pay for the streaming software that costs over $1,000 a year. Oh yeah, everything takes 30% these days. I know, it's a good business. I know.
Wow.
I know. Yeah. Why try and make money when you can just take a little bit of everyone else's money, right?
Well, you live in Canada.
Oh yeah, I know.
So
that's
that's
what
they do up there.
Oh, speaking of, you know why we do that up here? We do it
for the new world order.
Oh man, that hurts. Oh, that hurts so bad. Oh,
I know.
See, and people ask me, why do you opt out of society?
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Let's do one more meme to express our emotions right now.
Now you want to get nuts? Come on, let's get nuts.
There you go.
I didn't even understand that.
I know, memeing. So memeing is the idea is it's the way it's encapsulating an idea in the shortest possible period. And it used to just be images, but now it's video clips as well. So
I liked the Osho one.
The Osho, yeah. So not every meme's for everyone, but that's you just sort of got to play the game. Oh yeah, you're in Canada too, eh? Rose Fox Muse. Yeah, I'm here in Vancouver. It's a beautiful day. I'm gonna enjoy the beach later. And this has been a great way to start the day.
I walk down to the ocean every morning. That's part of my daily routine.
It's a blessing to live near a beach, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's the one thing that scares me about the idea of living in Texas or some other place without. It's hard for me to live without the ocean, having grown up on the ocean.
Yeah, but the thing is that in Texas, you actually are in the ocean. It's just the dried up bottom of the ocean.
I know. I discovered that with the weather and the humidity, and it's very interesting. Rose Fox Muse is on Vancouver Island. Oh my God, that's amazing. Right there on the island, an islander. They're just like Vancouverites, but a little bit more, special. It's the island culture.
So is it true that in Vancouver all psychedelics are legal?
They were for the last 3 years, but that didn't go so well because they didn't create any recovery clinics. They just created safe supply. So they created venues, and where someone from 16 years old or over could go after school or off after work or all day long, get free crack, meth, heroin, cocaine, pure, completely good quality, and do it in a safe venue all day if they wanted. What actually happened was the people would go and get the high quality, good drugs, go sell them to yuppies at a massive markup, right? Like, here's some pure cocaine that I got free from the government for safe supply. They'd go sell it to the yuppies for that to 3 times the price. Then they'd go buy the dirty stuff with fentanyl in it from the streets and crank and trank and all that stuff and do that and die. So we had like 70,000 overdose deaths, which was more than average in those 3 years, I believe. And they were like, the idea was like, oh, it'll be like Portugal. Yeah, but you got to create the same recovery community systems. You got to bring people back into society, help them. You got to have systems. They made no systems. They just it was just money laundering of tax dollars to give free drugs out to people. And
again,
it caused a massive rise in the cartel and triad and Hell's Angels.
If anybody asks me why opt out of society, do I need to explain this?
No, you don't. That's the thing. We live in an era where you do not need to explain that.
Raisin Girl.
Yeah, no, these people have been watching us live on YouTube this whole time. Some people are watching live on
Facebook. Thank you, Frater RC.
You're very welcome.
I had a great experience on your show.
And I got to introduce you to memes.
And the first, I would say 2/3 were substantive, and then we sort of hung out.
Sometimes that's the best part.
Well, I enjoyed it very much.
Thank you.
So I will go eat my spicy pork, and I thank you so much. And I also thank your audience, if indeed they stuck with us, because that's
they are
like
here. You can see them on
superhuman feat.
Yeah, we did a long one today. Almost. In fact, if we talk for 3 more minutes, we will break the. Actually, the ad will. This with the outro video we have crossed. We will be crossing the 4-hour mark. I don't do that very often with a guest, but you are. If there's ever a guest that is worthy, it's certainly you. So
Well,
yeah,
we
thanks for
covered a
being
lot
here.
of territory. And one thing I should mention in our remaining couple of minutes to get over that 4-hour mark is that when I plan to do the MagicCon, I already have 2 fully developed PDFs of images that I'm going to teach from, because that's the
Amazing.
first thing I did once I spoke to you. Is I just designed those, and I'd like to do 2 of them, 2 talks. One of them is sort of an introduction to esoteric cartography via my work. That's the first one. The second one are the sort of more advanced topics of my system, that if you want to be introduced to what I do, the first one might be for you. But if you want to go further into the actual ways that my system is quite different and radical from other systems, the second one is designed for that. And what I would like to do on a large screen of as high resolution as possible is give people the PDF, if we can, by virtue of the fact that they've attended the talk, like give it to them in digital form.
Yeah, that's actually this last month. One thing we did is for all the workshops, not all the workshops did we have the images on the screen. Some of the workshops we experimented with giving people the PDF so they could follow along. And that way the presenter's face was easier to see on the screen. We're still working out all the nuts and bolts of how to do high quality filming and presentation. And now we're using, we have 2 4K camera angles now, and I'm editing those together. So every presenter will have like a higher quality of presentation than the usual Zoom quality that a lot of us have been stuck with doing.
Zoom quality is not so good.
It's not so good. So, for the live experience, it'll be over Zoom for those who can't be there in person. But now the videos that you can watch of them after are high quality. We have lapel mics, Rode Pro lapel mics, miking high quality audio. I have high quality post sound production. I have 2, we use 2 4K cameras to get a close one that follows the presenter's face with AI tracking, and then one at the back of the room that will just center on the presenter and the images. And so, yeah, we're trying to up the ante, improve the quality of our filming and production. And it would be great at MagicCon next spring to have you do on the first day like sort of an intro thing, and then on the last day do a more an advanced thing, and then you have the middle day to have fun and just mix and mill with people or something like that.
Yeah, and I do a lot of Q&A too.
We could definitely do a fun roundtable at MagicCon. That could definitely be cool.
Sure,
have you on stage with a Wiccan and a shaman, a ceremonialist, and all kinds of people getting to share their different perspectives. That would be interesting.
That would be interesting. Sure.
Yeah. Something like that. We'll figure it out. Who knows?
So thank you. Yeah.
And folks, you'll be able to attend MagicCon next year and EnokiaCon, which is in Prague next year, by joining the Arcane Research Society next year. But for this year, you can still join and sign up and attend and watch the 3 presentations, 3 hours each of the workshops from last month, and attend live or in person the ones coming up this November with a lot of great presenters. And so we'll say farewell for now to David Chaim Smith. Thank you for being here today, sir. And
thank you.
We'll let you enjoy the steel guitar slide sounds of Jesse Waldman one more time, and the hollering and hooting of my vocal cords with this Delta D blues, as I call it. So, David Chaim Smith, thank you so much. Your work has, I don't know if it's changed my life. It's certainly, it's changed my life, but it broadened the scope of my own understanding of my own work. And that's what I think is what's most remarkable about your work, is that it doesn't require you to make it your main thing, but it can truly open your mind up in a way that it helps you appreciate whatever your religion, faith, or spirituality or practice already is. It does have that ability.
Can I say something about that before I go?
Yeah, of course.
Outside of like ripping off my copyright, I want to encourage people to do whatever they want with my work. Meaning, like, don't steal from me, please, but do whatever you want interpretively with what I've done, because that's sort of the point. The point is not to create a new orthodoxy. The point is not to change the world. The point is to have my work function as a tool for adaptation in the future, where people can use it, which involves a sort of sense of fluidity to change meanings according to their context and their usage. That's why I did it, right? I did it for it to be used. And a person who makes a work and releases it into the world relinquishes control at a certain point to how it is to be used in the future. And you release it, and you have to understand implicitly that people are going to do whatever they do with it, right? And the worst thing that could happen is that it gets ignored. So anybody using it, even if it's a different interpretation that I don't agree with, all the blessings in the world to you, because that's what it's about. And I'm very adamant about that. And some people aren't. Some people want to create a new orthodoxy.
I appreciate you saying that, because it will certainly affect me and how I proceed with incorporating your work into my life. So yeah, if I find a way that I can interpret some of your work to illustrate or enlighten something or someone else, then I certainly will. I appreciate you giving that sort of explicit permission to your audience and to your readers and your students to incorporate it, to bring it into not just their experience but their expression.
That's the use of the life of the work. It's different than saying, hey, I'm going to use one of your drawings for the cover of my heavy metal album. That I'm not in favor of. That's like just stealing my work. But if you're doing something with it, you know, that's not just a direct ripoff. Like if you're creatively adapting it, well, now we're on the same page. You know, even if I don't like what you did, I'm happy to have it serve that function, which is kind of like a not very commonly talked about feature of work. The adaptational part of it, you know, because people are always scared of losing control.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
We talked a lot yesterday in prep, and it reminded me of this quote that I wanted to end on, if you'll humor me one last second.
Absolutely.
It's, the only people for me are the mad ones. The ones who are mad to live, mad to talk, mad to be saved, desirous of everything at the same time. The ones who never yawn or say a commonplace thing, but burn, 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 like fabulous yellow Roman candles, exploding like spiders across the stars. And in the middle, you see the blue center light pop, and everybody goes, ah.
Friend of my sister.
The great Jack Kerouac. Farewell, dear sir.
Thank you.
I'll see you at I'll see you in person next year, and we'll talk before then, of course, very much.
Woohoo.
Adieu, everyone. Go register for a Nokia Con today. I'll see you online or in person in Austin, Texas. Giddy up. tonight, tonight, tonight.